me. Oh, my Lord. Okay. Just trying to breathe this morning. Sorrow with my pain. Good morning. Just getting a little hand sanitizer on. Morning, everyone. Oh. It's been an interesting last few days. Oh, I don't know if I even... Yeah, I've got enough. Okay, good. Sorry, I've got wires everywhere, and cords all over the place. Good morning, Seams. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm not kidding. It feels like it's been a week, but it's only been a couple of days, and it's just in my neighborhood, they turned off 5 different houses' water to finally get the right water off. And my house was one of them. And by the time we called them, they're like, oh, well, we can't do anything till tomorrow. So we were without water for almost 30 hours, day and a half. And I must say, I think it should be illegal you can turn off the water, but I think there should be a separate water for the toilet. This is the first time I've ever been without water. I've been without electricity. I've been without heat in snowstorms, and I've even been without a home itself. Oh, thank you. I forgot to set my goal. That's just how weird it's been lately. And so I have dealt with temper issues all my life, to the point that it is something that I have grown to accept that I have. And then from that, once I accepted it, I was able to actually do something about it. So, but every once in a while, it flares up. It flares up something fierce. And when they told us we would be without water, and it wasn't even because of something we did and the way they spoke to us. My biggest pet peeve is being interrupted. Especially when you're interrupting me just to be a bitch. So I went to... I'm pacing around the house. I'm like super mad. And next thing I know, they're like, oh yeah, we won't be able to get it on until, tomorrow between 12 and 5. I'm like, wait, does somebody have to be here for this? Which ruined all of our plans for the next day. And that's when I decided that I was just that mad and something needed to be destroyed. And apparently I decided that something had to be my foot, because I just slammed it into a box. Unfortunately, that box had a bunch of old notebooks and books in it. And just so you know how hard I kicked that box, I used to play soccer and I was the goalie and could kick it about 2/3 of the way down the field when I was young. So it's not broken. My foot's not broken, but it feels awful. It is bruised. It's swollen. I'm having to make sure that I don't walk too much on it. And I'm like, and the worst thing is, it's my right foot. It's my sewing pedal foot. So I have to be very careful. To the point that Aaron took the car yesterday and today so that I could rest it properly. Y'all, listen, I know it's hard. I know it's very, very difficult to not do work. Nothing brings me more joy than sewing. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite thing. I've been giggling like an idiot the last 2 days cutting out stuff. Because I'm so happy that I'm gonna be able to sew these bags, and I'm excited to get Hungry Boy done. Look at how cute that is. Ugh. But the biggest issue, actually, I think I'm gonna put that. No, I'm gonna keep that on that side. Yeah. The biggest issue is that if you do not rest something that is swollen properly, you will do a lot of damage. So as much as I didn't want to not be in here and finish this bag, apparently fate wanted you to see this bag finished. So if you're joining us, now that I think we've got some folks on, you'll have to excuse me. I think I've been skipping my sinus pill. I need to look at that. Listen, I take like 8 pills at night and 6 in the morning. I don't know what I take anymore. I just put the little bottles in their little compartments and I just go with it. So we are going to finish the Eldritch bag by Moose Fiber Company. Oh, she just released the appliques yesterday or the day before. I want to say Wednesday. So I did my own with Silhouette Studio to say Hungry Boy to match Asterion from Baldur's Gate 3. Please, I hope I said that name right. Oh, that looks nice. I've been thinking of buying an embroidery machine to add designs to my bag. Yes, you can. Make sure if you get an embroidery machine, by the way, that you get one that does the frame up to the frame you want. I have an embroidery machine, but it only does a 4x4 frame. So it's like this much of an area, a little area. It's like this much. So make sure that the embroidery machine you get can do that, because it's better to save up and get an embroidery that can do more than to be like me and glare at yours every once in a while. And why can't you do more? Why can't you be like your older brother? Tiberius can do anything. But this is actually not embroidered. This is cut out with my Silhouette cameo. Oh yeah, I shame that machine more than I should. In fact, I believe it's sitting in a closet right now. Mm. Oh, insane in the membrane. Accurate song for the day. If you can afford it, I would even go up one more frame from that. 5x7's good. You can do. Thank you. Oh, I think I found the other one too. Where'd it go? Okay. Where did my gloves go? I just had them right here. Where did I put it? I just had Twilight, I swear. There it is. I put it over here. At least I still have one. In the membrane. In the membrane. In the membrane. Here we go. My rock, man. Make sure that I'm. There we go. That's better. So if you can go up to a 6x12, that works better. Thank you. No, I appreciate it. I really do, because I do forget. As you say, I was like, oh yeah. Aaron thinks it's funny when he says something. I'm like, oh yeah, and I just gotta tot her off. Because it's the same reaction to whatever. Like, baby, you're supposed to go pee. I'm like, oh yeah, tot her off. Baby, you're supposed to go stop the bleeding. Oh yeah. Actually, if I'm bleeding, I'm on the ground. I don't do well with seeing my own blood. It's never a good day for anybody. All right, so we've got our panel. So I've got the one, but yeah, she released some appliques with some different words with different fonts and a few different shapes so that you can add one. Like one says bibbity bobbity boo. So cute. Uh, but this way you can just, words. Sorry. This way you can print it out and hand cut it because a lot of the testers I noticed were kind of divided, and I love the tester group that she put together because not I don't feel like the hand cutters are like, oh, I hand cut it, and the machine cutters are like, well, I used a cutting machine. No, it's like, oh no, I hand cut mine. Oh, cool. I just used the cutting machine because it's probably about the same amount of work, especially for me because I had to figure out how to get this cut. But I've got the one panel, and then normally inside you have a zipper overlay here for a zipper pocket. And then on the other side, you have this adorable little divided slip pocket. I put my overlay this one I did hand cut. I put this on the outside. I think it's just easier to get. It's got a little D20. But this is just like squiggles. I think Kay Ascona, I think she has some overlays. Somebody has zipper overlays. I know Jess from Okla Roots has some. But so what you want to do if you're designing your own overlay is to start with at least an inch above your zipper pocket, your zipper hole. Put your zipper hole and then mark a faint line underneath it. So pretty much draw out an overlay. Oh no. Why TikTok doing me like that? She's not showing me on her. Morning, Cynthia. Oh, I am. Oh, okay. You popped on the YouTube to see if I was here. I was a little late this morning getting on. Once you draw your overlay, then start drawing what you're wanting to do for it. So for me, it was easy. It was just squiggles. The first one I drew, I didn't draw the box, and I ended up having the squiggles like right under. And that's not going to stabilize your zipper enough. So just what I did is I drew the box, and then I excuse me, drew what I wanted on it. So in this case, the blood ooze, the ooze. If you were to do actual ooze, so you were doing green, I wouldn't do these like tiny pieces here. I would just make sure that they were kind of more on this end, like not to drop form. Morning, Carters. It is now though. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad at least something's working for me this morning. No, my husband took the car, which means I got to sleep in a little bit, and that's because he wanted me to keep my foot elevated as long as possible because he knew I was going to do this no matter what. Because I do what I want. Let's see. I've got those. Do I have? Yep. Okay, so I've got my centers marked. I need clips. You're going to hear wincing. My foot's still a little sore. Oh, Lord. It's not as puffy as it was yesterday. Like, it was 3 times the size it should normally be. I had 2 different feet. Long story short, I lost my temper a little bit when they cut the water off on accident. And their stupidity. And I kicked a box. And being an ex-soccer player, I really shouldn't kick things out of anger. Yeah, it's bruised. It is my fault. I kicked that box. In all fairness, though, I knew I was going to kick a box, but I thought it was the empty box I was going to kick, so it would crumple. There's something very satisfying when you're angry. I do that. That works. Okay. There's something very satisfying. Oh no, don't want to do that. that when you're angry, when you crumple a box, it's just like, oh yeah. Like, take that box. I'm angry and it's your fault. But sadly, it was the box with all the composition notebooks and drawing pads that we forgot to go through. We keep forgetting to go through. Oh, it's about time to do a house purge, but that's going to be after DragonCon. Everything's after DragonCon. And then last night, a friend of mine realized that I'm not joking when I say I have these panic attacks. We were talking about DragonCon, and he was like, "Well, hey, just think, you've got 3 weeks for your foot to get better." I was like, "Wait, what?" He's like, "Yeah, it's only 3 weeks to DragonCon." And I started breathing heavy and just like starting to curl up in a ball. I'm laughing because I have to now, but I'm laughing because my husband sits there and looks him in the eyes and goes, "Thanks. That's going to be my weekend now." Is getting my wife back from the brink of this. And this is how well my husband knows me. He was like, she already had one of these breakdowns scheduled for tomorrow. You didn't have to start it off early. And that kind of got me giggling because it made me think of Jim Carrey's The Grinch when he's talking about his schedule. I've got to have dinner. I've got dinner with myself. I can't cancel again, because that's all I could think of in my head is I've got a panic attack scheduled. I can't cancel that. So what I do is I clip the bottom and the top, and that way I can kind of get a general area where the curves are going to try to go, and I can clip it. This is my first time doing this bag, so I did a seam allowance on the gusset of 1/4 of an inch. To see how tight the gusset's going to be. Oh, Jesus, yeah. I took some ibuprofen, so here we go. Okay, I thought that was Fields of Gold. It's a Fields of Gold. All right. So far, we're looking good. I've got this space here, and that's because she has a technique that she has you do that works really nicely. We'll see. Because a lot of problems I know folks have when they bind a bag is that section where the gusset is put together with the zipper and how it kind of can bulge out. Clipping the corners off and reducing the bulk in the seam helps a lot. Like I know the difference between the Ericas that I've done in the past and the ones that I've done now in the most recent time. In the most recent time? Is that really where I want to go with that? Is that really what I wanted to say? Sure. I know that I know the difference in them because I can see it in where that section kind of bulges out. I usually just press mine with my soft pliers. Okay, so far so good. Okay, so that fit nicely on that side, and we'll know if I really got it nicely in the middle when I go to the other side. Now I'm starting from the bottom and going up because the bottom's got the biggest curve. And that's usually where you're going to end up with extra material if your gusset's too loose. And it's easier to fit into the tighter curve for me. All right. Put you out here. But yeah, I'm working on the curves first. So I do the flat run of the top and bottom. Then I pick one, either the bottom or the top curve to work with. And then that way I can adjust things as I put the other straight edge in. Some bag creators have put it to where they have that extra marking section, like on the Twilight. I believe there is side markings that you can match up your gusset to. That just never seems to work for me because of how I end up doing my gussets. But extra contact points are not a bad thing. All right, that fit so nicely. I am not unhappy with that at all. There we go. And I am going to try to do a pattern release after Dragon Con. So, I haven't announced it. I need to announce it in the group that I'm looking to have some brand folks. And y'all will get no judgment from me if you decide to like have a clip like right next to each other all the way around. Do it. No problem. I've got this hook that I'm trying to decide how far I want it down in there. That should be good. Yep. Okay. By the way, if you didn't know, your clips have these markings. They have little like clear lines. There you go. Those are measurements. Where are you at? So the clear line connected, yeah. If you put the whole clip on, it's a 1/2 inch. See? Oh, it seems hard to. There we go. There we go. So yeah, if you put the full clip on, it's 1/2 inch. If you go to that first line, that's 3/8. There it is. Okay, to the metal clip itself, like to this line where the metal part of the clip is, that's 3/8. Then the next line is 1/4, and the last line is 1/8. So you do actually have some measuring points on here. So if you're not sure, good morning, Alicia. If you're not sure how your seam looks, like if you're trying to figure out, say on here, so you can always just take a clip real quick, put it up to whatever your seam allowance is going to be, and you know that yes, that's going to cover all of Demon Daddy's face. That's fine. It's not, but it's fine. But yeah, so if you didn't know that, that's why quilters use them so much for that, one of the reasons. Oh, I hope I see you at Dragon Con too. I will be there. Give me a second. Whew. Oh, there's nothing that's going to stop that from happening now. So, I have a lot of new. You know what? I didn't even turn on my machine. Look at that. There you go. Okay. Let's see. I'm also going to undo my zipper. It's going to help me a little bit. Alrighty. And I'm going to take YouTube and push you right over here. I think that made it worse. Can I still see? There we go. Okay. Cords out of the way here. There we are. There's a lot of unknown variables right now with Dragon Con, so that's kind of why it's got me in that much extra. Normally I have a level of excitement panic going on, but that's right. I've got you on the. But in this case, it's just panic because I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to set it up. So I've got more space this year, and I'm going to tack this down at 1/8. This also has this pattern has a lot of really great directions on how to do the piping. Good morning, Oma. Here we go. Come on, you. But I've got more space. I've got helpers I've got what I hope will be helpers this year. A big unknown variable is how my nephew's going to do on this. We don't know until we try, so we'll see how that works. I'm sorry, I was just making sure that my bobbin wasn't undone. These are amazing measurements. Now remember, I said I did my gusset connection at 1/4 of an inch instead of 3/8. So what I like is the fact that her measurements for the gusset work really well for me because I usually do 1/4 inch anyways. On the twilight, I think I'm going to make that a little bit bigger. But I am beyond that. I am super excited. I'm always excited for Dragon. I'm really excited too this year because one of the different variables is the fact that my whole gaming group, my whole friends group, is going to be able to be there. We're going to share an Airbnb. I'm going to have to really keep in check my control challenges. But I think it's going to be lots of fun. The only thing that would make it even more perfect is if the B&B allowed pets, because then I'd be able to bring Charlie with us. One day I'm going to get that cat down as my emotional support animal, because he is my emotional support baby. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm having to move a little bit weirdly. I'm going to hang on. Whee! I heard you. There we go. Okay. I figured that way you could see how I attach that, and then I'll move you back over when I do the binding. Speaking of, I'm going to use black. That's right. Okay. Nope. I guess I should actually unattach this from the machine. I'm just having to move a little bit differently because of the foot. So we'll... Okay, I saw a question. There we go. Well, I know that you got this through, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I know it will. And the nice thing is I do roll with challenges pretty well. My first reaction never seems like I'm going to roll with it, but once I get over the shock of what needs to be done, I just kind of go, okay, let's do this. Like when we were out of water the other day, I we figured it out. It was awful because, toilets run on water, but God, what a day to be well hydrated. Let's see, Casey. I know it's the main seam allowance for bags usually is 3/8 and or 3/8. Some like Sincerely Jen, she loves a 1/2 inch, which is fine. I do a 1/4 inch because I'm lazy. If you want complete honesty, it's a lot of just I'm lazy. I don't want to change out my foot on sewing a zipper, and I I don't want to have to draw out my seam, so I do a 1/4 inch. I haven't had a bag fall apart yet, so knock on wood. Uh, oh yeah, he loves people. I don't know how well he would do at a Dragon Con, but having him at the house would have been nice. Thankfully, our cat sitter moved back into town, and they love him. So, oh, Cynthia, yeah, it's. Ow, Madre de Dios. Thank you, Rivet Press. I've got to find a better place for my Rivet Press. So yes, with seam allowances, it's really all about what you're comfortable with. Is it this bag? Somebody just did a pattern. I think it's this one where they said the seam allowance changes, so they're going to put it at each step. I know in the recent ones I've noticed Alexis puts her seam allowance in each step, which I appreciate because listen, I don't remember what I did the page before, let alone at the beginning where you're like, sew this together. Okay. I I appreciate it, but could you put the seam allowance too? Because I don't remember. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to get my butt over here. There you are. Ow. Got my hip to pop, so that's nice. Give me a moment. Oh, that hurts. Ooh, I need that Tylenol to kick in. Alrighty, so I'm going to use just some black bias tape. Nope, that is not the bias tape. Where is the bias tape? Oh, please. I know I have plain black bias tape. Where is it? No. I can use the yellow on that. Snickerdoodle. Is it in here? I found it. Oh, I'm tired. Okay. I'm working on a teddy backpack, and I love that the seam allowances are written in every step. It's a fantastic thing. It's some of these little things that some designers do, some pattern creators do that make me gravitate more to their bag. And if there's 5 versions of a bowler bag out, and I haven't purchased any of them, but I know that one of the designers, I already like all their patterns. I'm going to go towards them because I know that they do certain things that I like. But in all reality, we know I just buy all the patterns anyways. Copying the manual for my new machine. Oh, good. Then I'll laminate the pages so they don't get messed up. You might see if you can get it bound in like a spiral notebook. I know Office Max does it, but I also know that like craft stores have the punch that you can do, and then you just buy the spiral pieces. I've been thinking about doing that with mine because right now I have them all digital. Like I don't print them out. However, I've been thinking about doing that anyways, because if I don't have internet, then I don't have access to them except on my computer. And then I'm like, nah. So it's kind of a thought process. Hold on. All right, so I measured out one of those. Oh, baby, on yours. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited to do these Twilight bags. I'm actually really proud of myself too. Because okay, so before I got on some of my newer medicines, I would be up all night and then sleep all day, most of the day. And it was a very frustrating schedule for me because I felt like I wasn't getting anything done. And that's because at night I didn't want to make like a lot of noise because, my husband's sleeping. And Tiberius is not a quiet machine, as y'all know. We have a printing business in my town that would do that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Highly recommend it. Um, Especially if it's a small business, because they usually do a lot better on those. So I hit the light. So the other night, so the last couple of weeks, my medicines have been weird, and it's been taking me 2 or 3 hours to get to sleep. So I've been laying in bed just like all stubborn. Like, no, I can do this. I can fall asleep. Will myself to sleep, and it hasn't been happening. So I was like, you know what? What was it? Wasn't Wednesday night? Yeah, Thursday night. Yes. I was like, you know what, honey? If I can't get to sleep, I'm just gonna get up and get some work done. He's like, sounds good. Because he knows what my insomnia does. I'm always afraid that my insomnia is going to kick in. And the last time it did was about 3 years ago, and I was up for like almost 5 days straight. That's not even my record, by the way. So I'm trying to figure out what movies to watch, and I check out Stars, and I'm like, oh look, they got Riddick. Oh, they got Chronicles of Riddick. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to myself. But you know what? Hey, if they've got Pitch Black, sure, I'll just watch all the Riddick movies. It'll take away, that the hard, what am I going to watch next type moment? Because all I was going to do was cut stuff. And yep, there was Riddick. There was Pitch Black. Well, I guess I know what I'm watching. But I ended up getting 4 Twilight bags cut out except for the stabilizer in about 3 hours. No, it was a little longer than that. Because I went in there about 10 o'clock. Because I tried my best to sleep, but I got up at like, almost 10 o'clock and was like, nope, guess I'm going to go get some stuff done. And I ended up going back to bed about 3 o'clock. So yeah, about 5 hours. Getting myself situated, getting things cut. And I'm like, well, I probably could finish this, but the movie just ended. Let me go ahead and try to go to bed. And then I found a YouTube video on the history of the Targaryens from House of Dragons. And the guy has a really soothing voice. So I know that Aegon started to take over Westeros, and then I fell asleep. So happened again last night. Can't get past when Aegon takes over the country and makes his chair. Where'd you go? Oh, that's right. I'm gonna try. I don't know if I like that. I don't like that. I don't like that place, but we'll try it here. I don't like that either. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I can barely. Yeah. My record was when I was younger. It hit hard, and I didn't really like tell anybody about it. So I was awake for 12 days. But it was like day 9 or 8. I would have what I called power naps, where it was about 10 minutes that my body just decided, hey, her mind's down for a second, let's shut it down. And then I'd wake back up. Most of the time because it was in class when I fell asleep. It's not healthy to stay up that long. Yeah, it is. It is not healthy. Your mind, no, that is a nightmare escape of no. So anytime my insomnia starts to get a little bad, I panic and take something like NyQuil Z or a bunch of melatonin. Thankfully, I haven't had that bad of a bout since I started taking my trazodone, which has been amazing. Because the trazodone doesn't put me to sleep. It just shuts my brain off. It takes care of some of the anxiety. All right, so I've got the binding all the way around it. So I just got to sew it on. This is where I'm going to do my true seam allowance, which I use a 1/4 inch. So if you're doing binding, the best way to do it is to have some sort of proper foot. You want, I want to get the piping foot for this machine because I do love how binding looks. I just absolutely cannot stand sewing. It takes away my joy. And if it's something that takes away my joy, I don't do it. Oh yeah, y'all got a good view here. Okay, good. I am hoping to get some more subscribers on the TV app. So it kind of stalled at 259. Oh, your daughter takes Trez? It is. For the longest time, I called it trapezoid. Bless the nurses that understood what in the world I was talking about. But yes, I only take half. Right now I'm taking a half. I was taking a 1/4 because the doctor, what she did was she prescribed me a larger dose so that if I have days where I need more, I have it. I absolutely adore my doctor. She understands that nobody knows your body better than you do. That's just how it is. They can tell you why your body's doing that, but she's like, listen, if something makes you sick, don't take it, and we'll talk about it later. So I like that because I had a doctor who I was like, well, I stopped taking this because I was getting violently ill. Oh, you just needed to get used to it. No, Molo. No, Molo. I know what my body's doing. It ain't happy. It's one of my hubby's meds. Until I wake up the next day. Yeah, I had a cardiac nurse who I was like, I take the trapezoid, the popo. I just had all these different names. The Rosengarten. She's like, okay, so trazodone, okay, metoprolol, okay, this, okay, that. I'm like, you're really good at this. She's like, we get used to these names that people have to give because they're hard to pronounce. The best thing I saw was somebody made a video how, and I completely agree. Where are you going? Sorry, I got binding curling a little weird. Where he said that medical or medicine names sound like character names, like in D&D and that. So I found what kind of character I wanted to make. Hang on, scoot you back over. That doesn't make anybody too busy. Let me know if I move too quickly. There we go. I found the kind of medicine that would match the abilities I chose for that character, and then I named her that. So I named her Risperdal. it's a medicine to help. I can't remember what it was. I changed the character ended up changing a little bit, but I kept the name because I really liked it. But the great thing is when I introduced her, one of my friends is on that medicine, and they're like, why does that name sound familiar? And then like 15 minutes later, that's one of my drugs, man. I don't know what you expect me to do, man. I'm not changing my character name now. There you go. Come on, you. I need to get different magnets for some of my stuff up here. Oh, but they are great names. Yeah. Hey, Salty. There we go. Look at that. Look at that bunny. That is some delicious binding right there. And then so folks can just hook their keys on here so that they don't get jumbled in the bag. And then here's how it looks on the inside so far. Okay, breakfast. The breakfast I had may have been a slight mistake. We haven't gone grocery shopping, so we're out of my pancake on a stick, which makes me so sad because, I mean, I don't know why, but I'm going to tell you right now, I love a breakfast on a stick now. It's just the best thing ever. Get this clipped. There you go. You there. Oh, okay. It's a dry day. I'm going to try to stay on as long as I can, but there we go. I'm already kind of exhausted. We will see. Oh, I guess I can put these away. Ooh, silver vinyl. Here we go. Okay, do I ever worry about the fold over elastic will snag, especially on the bottom of the bag? So I don't use fold over elastic. It's bias tape. So it's got a little bit of a stretch this way, not this way, but it stretches nicely for me. I actually like that it doesn't stretch it all this way because I'm able to then kind of maneuver it when I need to on around the curves. I do love using this. I'm trying to get more fandom ribbon too, because right now I've got my sprinkle sprites and the Marriott carpet for binding ribbon. I have so much to do. Oh my God, I have so many bags I still want to make, and I know it's not going to happen. And I'm just about at the moment of acceptance of what I'm going to be able to do before Dragon Con. My husband put it really well yesterday. He's like, I feel like he's like, the way you talk, it sounds like you're not going to be able to sew again after Dragon Con. you're going to be able to sew again, babe. It's okay. And I think a part of me does kind of associate Dragon Con with the end of sewing. And it's mainly because of the fact that it takes me like a week to recover from Dragon Con. It's so much, there we go. Exactly. It's a matter of keeping focused, which you've known me for a hot second. That's not my strength. Uh, I wrote myself up about 6 months ago a dream convention prep list. One, the dream that I would be able to get all of that done type thing. So I over exaggerated on the list, which is what I do to kind of give myself a sense of look at what the crazy is. Ow, madre de Dios. Sorry, snapped right in my hand. Ow. There we go. I'm gonna make sure that this fits on this side before I scrunch that up anymore. So I wrote this like really, really long list of what I wanted to make for Dragon Con. And I found it the other day because I might have set it aside. Well, the only reason I set aside a list is if I've actually got everything done on it. There's only a couple of things on there that I didn't do, and it's because I would have to test out the pattern first. Which what I was doing was a chunk of batch sewing and then a week of experimenting. Okay, so it is a little bit loose on this side. Weird. Okay. I actually have everything done on that list, though. I looked at it, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. I've got all the wallets that I wanted made, or that I put on there that I was going to make. Do I want to make more wallets? Of course I want to make more wallets. But I do have a couple personal bags that I do need to get done. I want to make my husband a convention bag, something that he can just have his bit of stuff in so he's not worried about shorts. He has some shorts he loves to wear that are just, they're too loose. And anything he puts in his pockets weighs them down. So he's always shuffling to pull his pants up. And I'm like, God, baby, you're not 12. Actually, what it makes me think of is my little brother in those Jinkos, the huge jeans. If you know, and I'm sorry that I brought up Jinkos. All right, let me see. I'm going to pull you back over here so that you can kind of see how I have to do this. So I undo the zipper so that I can stick my hand in there and be able to maneuver to push things out if I need to. The tighter the gusset, the more I really have to do that. All right, now we're going to tack it down. See, this is another reason I love a bound bag. Once the gusset's done, it's like you can see the finish line. Ew, what's all that? Now, doing the other side can be a bit of a pain in the butt because you're having to look at so many variables. You got to make sure that your seams are lining up, that everything's sitting right, and then you got to fight with the other side of the bag. Come on, there you are. See, I like on her bag that the zipper panel is what's nice and straight. And that it's the gusset that's shaped. Because it makes it a lot easier for me to trim down the zipper panel. Okay, come on you. So you'll be able to see here. So what I'm doing is I'm actually pulling it past the seam and then stitching and then kind of like letting the seam go back in. Oh, puzzle piece. Oh, hang on. Thank you. Sorry about that. Let's see. What did I miss? Oh, okay. Won't send any more patterns or fabric size until after DC. Oh no, you're more than welcome to, because I just earmarked those pattern sites and stuff. I don't mind at all. Troy, I really appreciate it. Yeah, the more likes, the more I get seen, which is fantastic. And I am sorry my energy's low today. I've even had a full cup of coffee and a full night's sleep, but I'm just like, oh. Low battery. So on YouTube, you'll be able to see that I'm pulling the fabric out past the seam while I'm going around the curve. So if you got the fabric and the seam, I'm pulling out the fabric, stitching, and then letting the fabric go back in, stitching. And this way it'll help it line up around that curve. There we go. And this is another reason why I don't do my true seam allowance until after I bind it. Or with the binding, I guess I should say. Ooh, coffee's not sitting right though. Here we go. Whee! There we go. Oops. That's the one I want. Okay. All the time, this institution. Oh my God, for revolution. All right. Here we go. Maybe. Just trying to zip it up because it's a little easier to do the okay, that's good enough. Take a deep breath. Alrighty. Just trimming off some little threads that are wanting to pop up. Checking my seams. Yep, very good. All right. Okay. Call me enabler. Well, yeah. What's the fun in not being an enabler? The H2O Go. I like the one with I like the hack. The hack to me works a little better. I know that the oval bottom gives you that roundness for your bottle, but the bottle don't care. And that oval bottle steals my joy, and I will not have it. But I do like the hack. I think it's a very cute pattern. I think it's a great idea. I do the hack without the zipper as well because, again, I'm a wallet carrying girly, so I have to think about things before I do them. Because, like, I don't add card slots to stuff because I'm like, well, I have a wallet. Why do I need card slots? But, you know, just like everything else I do on purses, I try not to think of myself as the only customer base. Because we all carry bags differently. We all put stuff in there differently. Some of us love pockets because we can put all the stuff in the pockets and then have, you know, a better chance of finding. There you go. The hell are they playing now? Oh, 93 was not a good day or a good year. Anyways, so I love pockets, whereas my sister-in-law could care less about pockets. She says she loves pockets, but I've seen how she treats her bag and she just throws everything in there. What she loves is size so that she can get her iPad in there, as well as everything else that she carries with her. Hang on, that's not right. There we go. Trying to make sure that it places properly. Now, I have learned, having had a smaller bag now, that pockets in a smaller bag sometimes are more detrimental to the bag. They're not a good idea because, like, that's why I didn't put another pocket inside. Because what happens is pockets expand out, which means anything in the pockets is now going to take away. So now your 5-inch or your 4-inch gusset is only going to allow for 2 inches worth of space because your pockets are pushing out. So with the little divider pocket, it's not that bad because you can put like pins and stuff in here. And then you can fit your wallet and other stuff without it taking up too much space, your phone and that, and still be able to find it. But I put the zipper pocket on the outside so that pocket will expand out. And I put it against, I think I put it up against actually that. Yeah, I put it up against the slip, but that's way so everything's against your hip when you're wearing it. Because obviously you're going to want Hungry Boy to be on the outside. All right. So let me get these clips cleaned up because I don't need these. They're in the way. When's Nikki's live? I do love when I meet bag makers in the wild and we start talking about patterns and we bring up the H2O and we like I've met most and they're like, oh, there's two kinds of people with the H2O. 11-ish. Okay, good. There's two kinds of folks with the H2O Go. Oh, I love it. It's so cute, the little oval, and the other group of, oh my God, I love making it, but God, that little oval, man, it's the talk of everything. So I got to squish this down to get it to even get under there. I will say this bag sews really nicely. Come on. Just kind of poking at it. I really want to sew up these travelers. Let's see how well this goes. So let's see how well this goes part is me going over the overlay that I did. I mean, I literally have a video of how I call myself out for being quote unquote, when I think I'm being clever. Not necessarily is it clever. Not necessarily is it dumb. It's just there's a reason this isn't going to work. And I did not think that. Sometimes there's a reason. A reason a pattern is written the way it is. Like on the coupe fill, I almost skipped that pocket and just did them quote unquote the way I want to. But because I read the instructions ahead and even watched one of the videos, Vanessa's, I believe, I knew that is a turning hole. So if I'm going to turn the bag, I need to have that pocket. Also, I mean, come on. We all know Alexis has a reason for everything she does. Just go with it. Okay, let me get these. Did you catch fire? Okay. Ta-da! All right. Why am I not having it? Go. Somebody's probably knocking them boots. Okay. Let this sit for a minute. Some of my tape didn't quite catch up here at the top on one side. So what I'm going to do, and that's why you want to really make sure everything's clipped properly, taped down or whatever. But that's okay. It's what a fabric glue's for. Give that a minute to set, and then I will flip it in, and you won't even know the difference. But there we go. So there's our inside. So we've got the one side that's got, so this is where I was kind of concerned. I did clip it down, but we'll see how that, because it's so high up, it might not be that big of a deal. But this small of a bag, I would definitely say this would be a good pin pocket, you know, put pins in. Even then, pockets this size bother me because I can't get my whole hand in there. So that's all a me thing. I see you. Okay. There we go. My binding didn't quite catch the side of the pocket, and that's another reason I wouldn't do this slip pocket like this. I'll probably just do them the way I normally do. Just all the way across. What are you doing? Yeah, you're just about dry. Okay, good. That's what I'm saying. Just a little bit of some good fabric glue and you can fix any problem. This is the binding, so I'm not worried about this. Sorry. When I'm sitting here and I'm not sewing, I have my right and my left foot. I usually rest my left on top of my right. And I keep doing that. And my foot keeps going, ow, stop it. Don't touch me. And it's been fun. All right. So we got that. So while that dries before I flip it out, I will show you the, oh God. For travelers. They're all ready to go. So I was trying to decide how I wanted to do the pockets. So what I have done, let me get to this one. It goes there. So I'm doing two different kinds of Baldur's Gate ones because I had two pretty. So I've got this. I already have one of my regular customers. Hey, Cindy. I already have one of my regular customers upset with me because she doesn't have space for more bags. And I told her that's what garages are for. What a mess. Oh, no. I hate when that happens. So what I have done is, it might be hard to see because it's in a light blue pen, but I drew out a hole just like the one in the Coopville and the, not Carolina. So it'll be just an outside slip, but it'll be in this. And I did that because I didn't want to mimic how I did the apothecary one, because I'm not in love with just having those two pieces of webbing there for absolutely no other reason than they exist there. So I'll still do a top handle the way I did, but it'll have that phone pocket hole. And because this will be generally against your body, it'll be perfect for that secret hole. So I've got this Baldur's Gate. Keep everything. In which both Baldur's Gates, I'm using this freaking supple. I can only describe it as supple vinyl. I'm just relaxing, watching and listening. Noise. Where are you going, Salty? Huh? What's on the agenda? Let's see. So here's the chibi one. Aren't they just the freaking cutest? This way. And then it's got the little chibis on the other side. I did actually cut out one with the stacked version, but then I remembered I had the chibis, and I'm like, why am I not matching chibis and chibis? What's wrong with me? Let's set this over here. Let's see. Hang on just a second. I hear the cat now. What? What do you want? Damn it, what is up with you? No, I'm going to tell Daddy when he gets home. Huh? Why are you so loving right now? It's confusing me. Yes, I hear you. No. now. Sorry. Limping takes me a hot second now. Okay. One of my grandsons, hour 45. That's not too bad. That's not too bad of a drive, but that's nice that they're that close. Let's see. So then I'm using this vinyl. It's got kind of a nice little cross section to it that's really neat. That catches the light with some gold. With, where are you at? Got everything in piles. Here we go. Ta-da! Look at how cute they are. My little sneaky boy. I love him. And then I got little chibis on the other side. Hey, nice. Cleaned out the garage. So now you have space for a sewing machine, right? Or more fabric. I'm doing a yellow inside on the Has Been Hotel one because I feel like it matches the duckies, and it's one of the other colors in the scheme. Their scheme is mainly black, white, and red, but there's these lovely punches of orange and yellow throughout it, so it's cool. And then the last one I have is using this panel. All the panels, actually all the vinyl itself, all the character vinyl in that is from Cosmic Fabric Creations. Some of it's stuff that I got in the box, that mystery box that I was trying not to buy another one of. But I've got stacked of Demon Slayer with this panel. Isn't it the cutest? I love it so much. Yeah. Breathe, Liz, breathe. And I'm doing gray on the inside, so it's still easy to see. And I'm using this vinyl. Also, I'm testing this one and the brown from Beauty and Geek. I do like this one a lot. It's thick because of the backing. So it's got kind of a leather thickness and a nice, it's very supple, very, not squishy, but like how you would think if you were to go to a ranch, how you think their couch would feel. That's about how it feels. And as you see, it goes really nicely with Baldur's Gate. This one is thinner, so very domestic friendly, but I will definitely have her put on there that it does have quite the stretch to it. Interfacing this is not a bad idea. I don't think it's quite necessary depending on how you're sewing. If you're sewing it on industrial, you're able to lengthen your stitches really well. Whereas on a domestic, your stitches tend to, oh, I stole his. No, that one's mine. Your stitches, even at their longest length, tend to still be short. And that's where you would want that extra interfacing for it. But it is supple as well. It's got soft, like the texture isn't overbearing. Like some of these textured vinyls you get and you can feel every crevice. I haven't used it on a cutting machine yet. Hey, buddy. Hang on. Okay. Here you go. Come on. Sorry, he didn't quite make it. Hey, buddy. Kisses. Okay, well, let's not show the gram just your butt, okay? Thanks. All right, so I think I'm going to use yellow thread on both the Hasbin, yeah, and the maybe the Demon Slayer, so I can do those two at a time. Hey, buddy, are you king of the sewing machine there? Huh? Yeah? Why don't you come down? Come down, please. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We we put him in a harness and we're like, yeah, we'll go pick up food with him. He'll have a fun car ride trip. Oh no, we barely got to the driveway and he had his claws in Daddy and was upset. And we're like, okay, back into the house you go. Okay, so, but I'm going to do red thread still on the Baldur's Gate ones so I can do those two at the same time. In fact, I'll start those in a few moments. Let me get these clips off. Smear that glue just a little bit, which actually it's all dry. Nice. Oh. I got a way to get you to stick, mofo. Oh, okay. I thought the glue wasn't sticking, but it kind of is. What it'll do is it'll finish curing, and that's why I'm going to go ahead and make sure to flip it, because that way it's going to tuck itself in, and the glue will finish setting up properly. All right. Let's run to the seas. Come on, you. Turn it with your whole chest sometimes. Okay. Again, the first thing I do when I'm turning out a bag is make sure I get the zipper, any stress on the zipper. See how that's being pulled? We don't want that to sit like that for too long. Can we start a campaign, by the way, for clothing manufacturers to stop using metal zippers? I hate metal zippers. You know, I don't use the hate word too often, but I'm going to throw it out there. I despise metal zippers. They catch on my finger. They always scratch me up. Just, and I really hate them on my jeans. The other day, they got like a little, messing with me too bad. I'm just like, I hate metal zippers. That's all my husband heard from the bedroom. He's like, well, hate them later because we got to go get food. I'm like, oh, yeah. That was also what ticked me off about having the water off. We ended up having to eat out for 3 meals. So mad. No promise I couldn't keep. Now. All right. Just glad I finally got this bag done so I can promote it. Is anybody else a fan of what we do in shadows? Excuse me. That was me hiccuping. Show receipt, they'll reimburse you for any. Oh, okay. I'll have to try that because he had a manager call him back because we were very unhappy. What I hate is there's only one water company in each town. So it's not like you can go to another and they know it. But okay, let's see. You know what? I forgot to put the boning in my... Oh, I guess we'll see how well it goes without the boning. It's a small enough bag. It shouldn't need it. But I didn't put any interfacing in the zipper panel, so... Perfect skies, I just don't believe it. There we are. We try never going back. Now, I have a way that I might be able to add some boning into it. Because thankfully, waterproof canvas doesn't fray. I can cut a tiny little slit and stick the boning in there. But it seems to be doing pretty well. Because it's a nice, strong vinyl, so that helps. And the binding helps a lot. Now, you're going to think you did something wrong when your bag likes to do this. You didn't do anything wrong. Your feet are fine. It's because of all this weight I have on one side. So without anything in it, it's going to be like, oh, always reverse and give hotel room. Oh, well, yours is much better than ours, but that's not surprising. The way I feel about the town I live in is not appropriate for my cat's ears. But there we go. I really like the red zipper. I like the nickel hardware on it. My favorite thing is the little zipper pull on the front. I think that's really, really cute. It's not a huge pocket. I probably could have made it a little bit bigger, but I don't think I would have liked it. I don't like the edges of the overlay getting too close to here because then it feels like it's just too big for it. This is just a simple pocket for like a small set of keys, a key card or something to that effect. Like I really wouldn't. This is a great everyday purse if you don't carry much. Like I do know some folks that don't carry much. I do like the fact that you don't keep these real close to it. And what that means is that your zipper can get past it to get to all the way open without too much problem. See, it opens all the way. Whereas if you put this down really here, it's going to get in the way. This lets it be all out. Plus, it lets you carry it a little bit easier too. It's nicely balanced. Again, it's going to lean one way for me because of all the weight on this side. But otherwise, I'm very happy. I think this is an adorable bag. So this is the Eldritch from Moose Fiber and Company. Instructions are really nice. It has, there you are. It has great instructions for piping. And I really do want to do some piping for y'all. I just have to find the right bag. I think this would be a good bag to do it. But I also have to, I really want to get that piping foot. The problem is I like showing y'all how to do things without too much specialty equipment. It makes my left eye twitch a little bit when a designer puts out a bag that you have to buy something specialty with it, like the Ashley wallet from Lynn's. I just happen to have some bar ones from an Aura Rosa pattern that I was trying out. The thing is with the Aura Rosa pattern is she has ways that you can adjust it to not have that hardware. Whereas the Ashley has to have that bar or you're not going to have a way to close it or anything. It's a super cute bag. But some of these bags where you have to have gate rings. Nope. Bag makers don't have every piece, especially hobbyists. They don't have every piece of hardware. And it's nice that you partner with folks like Lauren to make these bag hardware kits. But now I have to buy the whole kit to make a bag, to make it exactly as the picture says. So I guess it's just when it goes overboard on the specialty items. If it's nothing that you're ever going to use for any other bag, that's when I definitely get a little grumbling. Thankfully, the 7-inch bar clasps, there's a couple of patterns out there that you can use them with, and they really do look really great. And yes, thank you. I am very happy. Hungry boy. And a kitty butt. So that one's done. Again, I really do like this pattern. And I don't say this often, but I do think the piping would elevate this bag even more so. I really do like how she has you do the gusset. Because as you can see, it goes nice and smooth. There isn't that weird bump here. And where's my... Now, I have a tiny bump set here. And that is because of the... Yep, there it is. Huh. Okay. That's actually nice. The slip pocket's kind of bubbling out. I'm not sure if that's just a happy accident or what, but it bubbles out just a little bit, which is nice. Oh, so we bind it with it stretched out like this, and then we turn it in so it does push some of that back inside. When you bind a bag, you have to remember that anything inside or anything on the outside gets stretched out, and anything inside gets stretched in. I did forget about the stretching in. Mainly because I'm not usually concerned about that, but I do like that. That actually might be, that's a cute way to do a bag. I wish it was a little lower. That's on me, it being as high as it is, and that's because I didn't want to put it in the seams. I think if you do it that way, you're going to want to put it right above your seam allowance or cut down your pocket. I would have cut down my pocket by about an inch, and it would have been the perfect height. Because see, when you open up, it's like right here. So where's a pin? Because I definitely would mark this as a pin pocket. But pins sit in there nicely, so that's not too bad. Okay. These are things I note in my head, so for next time. But it is, I'm pretty dang happy. Because even on the other side where my slip pocket has that extra inlay in, it's still not doing too bad. All right, so we have a little bit more time, 20 to 11. I'm gonna start these twilights because I need to get everything done. Oh, y'all can help me too. So I have this bag. This is the Bella by Aura Rosa. What I'm trying to decide is if I want to figure out how to put these chains on that I have. Oops, that have knotted up. Get that out. Okay. So I'm thinking of attaching it somehow to the side. There we go. So let me do this because there we go. Okay, so I'm thinking of attaching these chains to the side and then having, because it's got a D-ring here, or and like attaching it to the other side of the chain, or putting something here that I can attach this jump ring to, so that that's here, have this be, and have a piece of vinyl attaching the two D-rings together. I'm trying to decide. Little loop of vinyl and attached to it. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. I had some vinyl for it to do that. And it was too thick. It's this pink that I absolutely love, but it's really thick, and folded even twice upon itself was bad. So I'm just like, ugh. So I might take some pieces of webbing, but I also got these. They have a little bow on them, and they screw on. So I'd have to put them down kind of low. The problem is then I still have to do something here, because you shouldn't have something just kind of willy-nillying all about it. So I have to, if I attach this here, it's going to go back and forth. But if I attach a piece of vinyl to each of these and have it just connected, What I'm mainly trying to decide is, do I want to do the chains or do I want to do a regular crossbody strap? I just think the chains make it fancy and would be, you know, the most angel thing ever. Morning, Deborah. See, I like the bow too. And I really need to get this one done because it's got to go to DragonCon. It's going to sell. Look at this. Look at Angel. Angel in all his freaking glory, in all his pinkness. I even have these, I even used, where are you at? Nope. There you are. I even used heart zipper hardware. Trying to get it lined up on, sorry. I was lining it up on YouTube so that it would be right over Charlie's head. Using a rivet through them. The D-ring at the end. Yeah. But so what we're saying is I should probably try to make the chain work. Because that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I really need to make the chain work. I think it'd be really pretty. Now, if it was hearts on the chain, there'd be no question. Too bad you couldn't find something with a clip to attach to the D-ring to make them interchangeable. So I can do that on this side because I can attach a piece of, I've got some jewelry swivel clips, or I could find some larger ones that I can attach to it so that this has a swivel clip on it. And then, here's an example. So here's some vinyl. So I would attach the vinyl piece through this, like a long one, and then just probably rivet it. Oh, it's in my hand. Yeah, see, so it would, of course, be a longer piece, but it would be something like that. And even seeing that. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to make the chain work. I think that's a good idea, attaching some swivel clips to it. And then I can either put a grommet here or I can put a D-ring connector here. I love the bows. I just don't think I can use them. I did use the black ones on my bag, though. That worked out nice. Yes. Okay. I like that. Oops, I don't need this. So I will get that taken care of after the Twilights. I put that on my list. That way they get done. Because I really do want to take this. I think it's going to be so cute. I will let you know, this is about a 150 to 175 bag. I'm still deciding. If I put the chain on it, it's 175. But look at his feetsies. And it's got that divider pocket. I love that divider pocket. Chain strong enough to hold a bag full. Yes, the chain is. Because I had my husband even sit there and pull at it really well. And what I do when I'm trying to test something, so I have, my husband's got like some 5-pound weights. So what I did was I attached these together around the weight and I let them sit for like 2 days. And when I came back, there was no damage. I did have another set of chains I was thinking of using, but because when I did that test, when I came back, I saw a couple links were pulling apart a little bit. And I'm like, that's definitely not. I'll use those chains for like decoration. But yes, I am a very, very paranoid woman. I 3D printed some chains and I was like, oh, these are great. And they weren't pulling apart. But like 10 minutes with the 5-pound weight and I heard a crash and a couple of them have broken. So yeah. I put 2-liter bottles of juice and swing my... No. I laugh because that's like the testing. That's some crazy testing. And that's what somebody was like. The only reason I use the 5-pound weights is because we have them. Otherwise, yeah, I would just put like 2-liter bottles or something super heavy in there. When I lived with my brother, I used to put his cat in it because she was like 15 pounds or so. I'm like, well, if it can stand 15 pounds, then I also used to send it to my friend because she was hard on stuff. Oh, so yeah, that's okay. So next question from y'all. Let me see. I don't know if I cut what I needed for that. I think I did. Is that it? I think that's it. That's my sides. That's my zipper. That's my backing. That's my handle. Zipper. That's my other backing. Okay. Oop. And I'm going to need that one. So I'll show y'all how I do this pocket. So I'm still going to do the red thread on both. What I'm trying to decide is I want to use these D&D dice on the one with the realistic one. Oh, thank you, Joy. I appreciate that. Like I said, I am a person of paranoia. I do not want something to break. I have been lucky that in my journey to be a stronger bag maker, I have had a couple of friends who were customers, or a customer who became a good friend. Actually, it's quite a few of them. Anyway, sorry for that. I've been lucky enough that there they are, that they came to me with any issues. Like when I was first doing bags, the Brooklyn, if you're a bag maker, you know the Brooklyn. It's kind of this duffely bag, and it has connected connectors. So hers were at the D-ring. We're starting to kind of come off. Actually, where's the bag? Come here, you. I also want to put your strap inside you. So the connector is sewn up to the D-ring, right? To the square ring. Well, it was starting to pull off. Now, instead of her going online and bashing me or anything like that, or even just going on the web, the website itself, she messaged me directly and she's like, "Hey, this is coming apart." I'm like, y'all know me. Instant pit. And she's like, do you want to meet up tomorrow and I can drop off the bag and you can repair it? Because I guarantee the first 6 months of the bag, if something happens to that bag, I blame myself. I blame myself anyways, but we'll turn y'all back to the matter at hand. There we go. You're good. Okay. So she came to me with that, and I'm grateful for that. First of all, she's also really hard on bags. So honestly, when I would try out a new technique, I'd send her the bag. She got to keep the bag if she didn't destroy it. Oh, and once the first time I sent her a bag, and after 2 months, I was like, "Hey, I haven't heard from you." And she's like, Oh, I really just kind of forgot. I'm like, "How's the bag doing?" She's like, "It's great. It's still together." I'm like, that's when I knew that I was on the right path to becoming a stronger bag maker. And I was happy because it meant that I was putting in the work. Sorry, that was just really, really good tea. When you bring in sun tea and it looks like motor oil, that is the best tea to me. It's too strong for some folks, but so what I'm trying to decide, where are you? Is if I want to do the chibis with rainbow hardware, because I have zipper pulls that would be perfect. Ow, madre de Dios. Where are you at? Here you are, and I've got 2 of them, right? Yes. I still have things for that too. Ooh, you don't belong down there. Okay, so I'm thinking, because I have these rainbow pools from, I believe these are from Lauren Mormino. It's How I Roll with the D20. So I'm wondering, I I would be happy to meet anybody that wanted to come see me at Dragon Con. I just give you a heads up that you're going to see me running around like a chicken with a head off, but it'll be fun. I always make time. Always make time. Even if I'm interrupted 500 times with what is this price? But I'm thinking rainbow would work well on this because it's got the different colored dice on it. You know what? I think I talked myself into it. I think I'm going to do rainbow on this. I think it'll just be really pretty. All right, little man. My little Sophie. Oh, I need to email them back. On the printer, I've got a rainbow ghost because somebody was like, I need that ball. I'm like, I understand. I understand the need. Okay, so now I got to find my pieces. So let me tell you about this. Did I not cut out two of these? Oh, let me see. Okay, so those are my pockets. This is the lining for the gusset and the zipper. Let me go there for a moment. These are my sides. This is my back. Ah, there you are. Okay, there's that. So this is the Twilight Traveler that I'm going to start working on. I don't really need this yet. And I did forget something. Doggone it. Okay. I think what I need. Oh, that means I have to get out the black waterproof canvas again. Oh, this sounds so pretty. Okay, so we don't really need this just yet. But I'm going to get it clipped. So what I'm doing is the cell phone pocket, an outside slip pocket in the style of the cell phone slip pocket from the Coupe de Ville and the Carolina commuter from Ora Rosa. I thought about doing it the way you do it in the Mr. Heckles, that slip pocket, the way she does that. But I decided that is more steps than this, and I like just kind of that slide in. It doesn't necessarily need to be a secret pocket because it's most likely the pocket you're going to be wearing against your hip. It's a hipster pocket. I'm so sorry. I wasn't going to say it, but it was in my head. Hang on. Okay. That will do for that. Come on, scrap pile. Give Mama what she needs. That might work. No! You are not going outside. That's good. Don't know if this one's going to do. Hang on. Trying to hopefully use scraps and not use my foot to move myself around. Okay. So for the cell phone pocket, you will need your back. I didn't cut out the holes because I'm just going to sew along it and cut it out then. I might do that anyway. I might go ahead and cut it out. The reason I'm thinking about going ahead and cutting it out. No, I'm going to wait. That's fine. So you'll need this piece drawn out. What I did was I measured down an inch. And then I measured 7. So it's 7 by 1 inch box. and then I just curve the little bits here. And you can either cut it out or you can just put it together and then cut it out at once, which is what I'm going to do. You will then need 2 8x7 pieces, or well, I'm sorry, 1 8x7 piece of your lining. And then you will need, you can either do all the vinyl, your outside, whatever this is, you're going to want to do at least an 8x4 piece, and then an 8x5 piece of your lining. If you're doing the split version, if you're just doing one piece, then it's 8x7 as well. I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to make sure this is right side up. You want to sew together the pieces so that when you pull them apart, this is right side up. This is going to be on the inside of the pocket. I do this just to save on vinyl. It doesn't do any, honestly, it's not for any other reason than I just don't want that whole vinyl piece. That's it. It's already out of the seam, so that's not an issue. Oh, yeah, it's going to be about time for me to put my foot up soon. Take some more medicine. Oh, that's what it was. I was talking about my swollen foot. My friend Wes was like, well, hey, you got 3 weeks for it to get better. I'm like, oh my God. 3 weeks. So we'll see how all this goes. Oh, man. I'm so glad I haven't ended up doing my unhinged laugh on here. Aaron described it as SpongeBob on drugs. And I'm like, yeah, that's kind of accurate. Because he's never really heard my complete unhinged laugh before. Most people don't, because I feel like I'm braying like a donkey. And I'd rather not unnerve people, because I've been told it's a little unnerving. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to push down and top stitch on my lining piece. You can butterfly it if you want. That's not necessary on this. You don't need it to be flattened. You just need it tacked down. All righty. I'm just clipping my threads, putting those up. Okay, so this is what you end up with. I'm going for, honestly, about an 8x8 square, because it'll have enough room in it, even cutting off about, or even with the seam allowance, it'll end up being a good size. This is the first time I'm doing it, and for some reason I thought doing it on 4 bags at once was going to be great. Oh my goodness, thank you, Twyla. I appreciate that. I'm going to have to start doing some extra stuff for y'all. Oh, maybe some cutting out videos. That might be good too. Oh, hey buddy. What's going on? Yes, I know. Okay, so my cats have this thing that when I'm hurt or in pain, they are extremely attentive to me. And it's not unusual from the boy, because he loves Mama. He loves me very, very much. But, hey, buddy. But the girl, She gets weird. Like all day yesterday, anytime I got up to go do something, because I should be like keeping the foot elevated and not walking on it too much. Hey buddy. She would follow me and meow at me like she was yelling at me. And I'm like, stop yelling at me, Tiamat. And Aaron said last night, well, yeah, because she probably wanted you to sit back down. And every time I would sit down, she would get in my lap. Like she thought that, okay, if I'm in her lap, she won't get up. I mean, she's not wrong. Oh, baby boy. Huh? Y'all get in my lap and that's where I go. That's where I go, well, this is how I die. Yes, it is. Because I don't want to move because you're so precious to me. You're so precious to me. Oh, yes, you are. Hey, can I get a kiss? No? Okay. Well, you get kisses. You get all the kisses. I can't help it. Oh, I love your face. Okay. Yeah, you could. Mama, he gives me this look like, okay, Mom. I get it. You love me. Will you not lick my fingers, please? I do not know where that tongue has been. You can lick my nose, because... Yeah, you like that? No? You don't like that? I gotta go get more hand sanitizer anyways. So we got those put together. Again, if you're not going to do the two and you're just going to do one piece of your vinyl, fabric, whatever, go for it. Shoot. I think I'm supposed to put a piece of vinyl on, or a piece of, you know what? We're going to try it without it. On the other two patterns that I'm referencing this from, you put a piece of Decoville head here. But I don't think it's going to need it. It's a lot of strong vinyl. I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So now what we do is we put those aside and we take our regular pieces, our lining piece, and we make sure that we've got the longest edge up top. That's 9. So yeah. And we're going to get more clips back out. I forgot. I like using the long clips for this type of thing because I don't cut out stuff. I've got my center marked on here because I know I'm going to need it for putting this. Okay. So you're going to put right sides together. Match up your center marks. If you rough cut and you did bigger than you needed, like I think this is a 9-inch piece, then having that center mark is going to help a lot so that you know that you're actually covering the whole holes. Let me do that here. 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. The man who walked 1,000 miles to hold down at your door. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry for that noise. I dropped this. Scared the crap out of the first time I did that around Aaron. He's like, oh my God, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm like, listen, the more melodramatically panicked something sounds, the less serious it is. So if I'm like, damn it, then you might want to worry. Okay, so I'm going to sew this at 1/4 of an inch. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to sew right on my line. I'm going to sew right on my line. I think that'll be fun. Because this 1 inch feels really big. So I'm going to do that, and that will kind of... We're doing one inside. I'm trying to decide. Hang on. All right, I'm going to do it on the first one and see how I feel. Now, I had to hand crank around that curve mainly because of the fact that I don't have my main foot to be able to kind of help me with that. Because normally what I do is I go to place it. It requires all my hands over here and my knee lifting, but I can't do that because I can't really put pressure on my toes to tiptoe the way I would normally do it. Let me see. There we go. Oh, that's why I make sure to make this a nice soft curve. Come on, there we go. Oh goodness, what happened there? Oh, that's I thought my thread had gone like weird before I started, but it was just the waterproof canvas. Ooh. Oh, that moved wrong. Okay. Alrighty. So I'm going to use my pinking shears. And I'm going to go ahead and trim this, making sure that I'm just trimming that. So making sure that I'm holding this, because I've cut this up to pieces and had to splice. Alrighty. And see, now I have strap-ins, because I'm going to rest for the rest of the day probably, but tomorrow I got to get some more work done. Oh, I was hoping about that. Okay. I don't mean to be vague in my stories. Sometimes it's just because it bothers me when people are like it used to be the thing when Facebook first started to put the most vague freaking post on there. Parents are the worst, but now I don't have to worry about that. Like, what does that mean? And they're like, no, it's okay. They're just gone for the weekend. Don't do that. Okay. Here we go. So we've got those together. So now what we're going to do, I'm going to get my seam. Yeah, if I have a tool that you don't have, and I'm using it, then it's something I definitely recommend to have in your toolbox. Having a little seam roller is always a good idea. This is one that I got from Hannah Woodworking at the last So Magical. Oh boy, that I feel so bad for those poor vendors. All right, so you have two options when you do a pocket like this. You can either push past your seams, see, so that part of your outside goes in, or if you're wanting to kind of leave a little bit so that it has that like piping feel to it, you can do that. For this, because I'm technically trying to hide it, I'm trying to make it less like, I'm sorry if do I keep freezing up? I hope my internet's not about to go down, because, you know, they keep cutting things off without it being what the house they're supposed to. I think somebody's writing down the. You think it's TikTok? Dang it, TikTok, stop it. You know what? Maybe I'll do a subscriptor. So maybe that's what I'll do. Where I go on a day that I'm not normally. It might be more of an ASMR where I answer questions when I see them, but I'll most likely have like my earbuds in. I think that might be nice. And I can definitely do some, okay. Ooh, I like that. Okay, yeah. So that inch down that I did, I'm sewing on that line. I'm not cutting it out. That looks really nice. I like that. Okay, and then we slip stitch it. These corners though, man, these corners. Now, the problem is with the thought of, just put some tape there. You need these to be able to pull back up before the end of this. So that's better. All right, so I'm going to go from this end because the other side's behaving. All right, so we are going to top stitch this. Once I can get these clips out. No. Okay. Ow. Sorry. Sewing while already injured is always fun, isn't it? Okay. Okay. Get these out of the way because I'll need them for the next one. Sorry, I keep resting on my foot incorrectly. There we go. Thread caught fire. It's fine. You get used to, you kind of get like good at catching when they're catching fire. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, the back looks a little more, but this is what's important to me, is how this ends up. Absolutely love it. Love it. Isn't it lovely? So with that, where are you at? I just set you. Here we are. So you can try to do like what I did with my snake bag. You can try to match it up perfectly. I don't know if with this jumbled, it really doesn't. I don't think it's going to matter much. But we want to make sure of everything, that things are in the middle properly. Okay, so you don't want to clip this together, all of this. You just want to clip right at where the opening starts. And what you want to do then is then lift this up. And see, my inside, my lining pocket's a little short, but that's fine. I'm just going to stick 2 here. And I'm just going to do 1/4 inch around. So pull this back carefully. I'm going to go 1/4 inch from the opening, not from the edge of my pocket lining, because I see it's trying to scrunch up here, and that's because it's on a curve, coming from that curve. There we go. Sorry about that. There we go. I'm just going to go in a nice U shape. Did you just run out of bobbin? You son of a motherless goat. 4 stitches from the end. Bobbin got me. Glad I got another red one. Actually, I'm probably going to need to wind a bobbin or two because I'm doing 2 bags at once here. Some days are meant to be. All right, so what I do, this can be a little bit of a controversial subject because what I'm doing is when you rethread your machine, you should never pull the thread through the stitches. And that's because it can start to loosen tensions here and there. It's not good for the machine. Oh, well, that's fancy. That's awesome. So Kasara got a new Juki, and it tells her when the bobbin, or it tells them when the bobbin's almost empty. Oh, that is witchcraft, is what I call it. But no. So you can either just cut the thread and then restart. You can have it looped. If it's underneath something, it's probably not that big of a deal. But if you do this, where what I'm doing is just pulling under and then, because I didn't pull it away from the machine too much, so I'm just kind of doing a little up it, then make sure you kind of check and that watch your dials. Because sometimes my little dial here will move when I do it, so I just kind of have to move it back. It's not a huge deal, but you do want to be careful that it's not happening so much that you're practically rethreading your machine. All right, let's do that. Stuff all over the place. And if it's inside, sometimes you don't want to, does that look like it's off? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that works out because I stitched through that vinyl, so. Intriguing. Somehow it jumped it over. It's not a big deal. It's on the pocket, but it's something to keep an eye on. It's just when I put the needle back. And the nice thing is that you don't really have to worry about trimming too much next to the pocket opening. It's on a nice top. Oh, well, this is what happens when you talk and look at other things while you're cutting. I got to restitch my bottom here. The superstition, black cats and voodoo dolls. The premonition that girl's gonna make it fall. Hang on, I kind of cut my stitching here on the bottom. Thankfully, it's on the waterproof canvas, so it's not that big of a deal to stitch over it. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to tack down this. And the skin's the color of no color. She will wear you out. Alrighty. Boop. Trim my jump thread. Oh, okay. Sometimes my knee lift bar likes to, if I didn't tighten the nut enough, I'm just going to leave that there for a moment. If I didn't tighten the nut enough, it will start to slide. So it'll start here. And then next thing I know, to push it, I have to already push this far and then push up. So, all right, check that out. And because it's jumbled, it doesn't look too obvious. I mean, it's not the hidden pocket that my purse was, but that's because I was obsessed with making sure that it matched up just right. Now, if you want to do that, what you need to do is make sure that when you cut your back piece, that you're cutting where this is cutting off and a little bit extra so that you can maneuver it. Again, with a jumbled pattern, you're not going to have to really fussy cut as much. And it is a short pocket, but it's just meant to be a little pocket. You know, put your hand sanitizer in. It's big enough to fit a phone. And this opening won't be as huge soon because we're going to be going over it. So it's probably going to be about that big of an opening. All right, let's do the other one. With a full bobbin. Haha. Okay, I can just go ahead and go over here. Oh, there's nothing like the joy of knowing you just changed your bobbin after running out. Like when you lose at chicken bobbin, it's like, oh, the world is over. Where are you at? There you are. There. Sorry, concentrating. There's something just so nice about that freedom of knowing that the bobbin's not going to run out. That you can do the next pocket or two without that bobbin, that mischievous little bobbin messing things up. Okay. Thank you, Twyla. I think it's coming out adorable. I really can't wait to do the Duncan test so that I can get your bag done. I'm excited about Twyla's bag. Y'all don't even know. I've got everything in a little bag so I can keep it separated, but they chose some beautiful combinations. And I'm like, yes, we can definitely do something with this. All right, so I'm just cutting this out again with my pinking shears. The pinking shears do two things. They help the curves for you when you're folding it over, but they also take out a lot of the bulk without weakening it. So instead of just cutting down, you now have places where it won't be as bad or as much thickness to it. So that's going to help, right? Yeah, I think the test bag I'm going to do for the Duncan is going to be a Kirby bag. I just need to see. I know I've got some Kirby vinyl in there somewhere. But I want to do Kirby's because I've got that gorgeous webbing. I'm thinking, I might do the rainbow. I need to see. I know somebody has Kirby pools. I need to find those too. Wow. And y'all know how much of a fan I am of double-sided tape. How much I just love using it when I can because it's awesome. But this is definitely not a pocket that I use it on. And that's now. Let's see. Let's try it on this bottom part at least. That might be nice. Because I did really well on this other one. But I feel like I'm going to be, testing fate. Did I show y'all my new nails? I didn't, did I? I love these nails. So this is a purple French tip, but she did, I'm trying to get to where you can see it. There you go. It's got a little bat. I got a little bat. She did a little bat. I love her so much because she's like, because somebody's like, oh, you're doing Halloween already? And Blue was like, honey, she was doing Halloween last month. I'm like, listen, I would do Halloween 24/7. But there are also a lot of other things I like to do with my nails besides that. Okay, so Make sure. So I peeled off the tape. I only did it on the bottom or the straight edge because the straight edge isn't going to matter for sewing the pocket closed. But that's one less thing I have to worry about. I like that. Okay. It's the size it's these sides I really wish I could use the double-sided tape. And I probably could. I just have to remove it afterwards. But I dislike peeling off tape. It is definitely one of the reasons why. It is another one of those things that I didn't like about the Rosie. Because I don't like putting tape on and then having to peel it off. At that point, you might as well just be basting. You might as well just do thread basting. Because you can get thread basting off a heck of a lot easier than tape. All right, so I'm matching up my tops here. And I'm going to clip it. That clip isn't going to stay right there. Here we go. I'll see if I can find a nice seam roller for my Amazon storefront for y'all. I bought this one because I love supporting small businesses, as well as look how freaking pretty that is. Like, there you go. I really see it. It's kind of like a geode. Like she did an amazing job with that. And it's got a nice hand feel. She had longer ones, but I was already just throwing money at everybody in that haul. I think my favorite was Kelly's face when I just handed her the envelope and she's like, "What's this?" I'm like, "Just take what you need out of that. Don't tell me how much I'm spending." She's like, "Really?" I'm like, yeah. I'm not looking at what I'm spending until the envelope is empty. She's like, "That's hilarious." The Kelly I'm talking about is from Positive Paints. I absolutely adore her stuff. She just did a set with Love Kier for What We Do in Shadows. She did My Queen Nadia. But the best thing, I thought that was going to be my favorite, but then I saw what she did with Gizmo. And that she made him into a cat, because familiars cats. It just stole my heart. It just absolutely stole my heart. He's one of my favorites as it is. I haven't gotten past season 2, I think. It's not a show that I can watch. Like, I can't binge it. It's just... The comedy gets a little much, so I can't do a whole lot of episodes. Like, the first season of Adventure Time, I had to watch an episode and then wait a day to watch another episode. Because it's just so much randomness. Though I will say the best part about Adventure Time is when I realized there was a story. I'm like, wait, all this randomness actually means something. What? There we go. Oh, that is so nice. Okay. Where are you at? There you are. These are all scrap pieces, just so you know. If you marked the middle of your back piece and you're trying to make sure that it's nice and even, you can use the mark on the bottom. Mainly, I'm just making sure that, there we go, that this part is even. I'd almost say go to 9 inches because you're going to cut it down probably. If you're concerned about not having enough seam to work your seam allowance in, then do 9 inches. I just did 8 because my openings was 7, though it did kind of widen a little bit. See, this one I was able to keep them straight up and down. This one, they kind of went a little this way, which is fine. It's not a big deal, but it does mean that this piece doesn't fit as nicely. So I would probably say a 9-inch piece instead of an 8. Like I said, I decided this was a great idea to do this and to try it out on 4 bags instead of just one first. I didn't cut out the hole though, just in case. And you most certainly can make your pocket longer. I just tend to keep mine. Actually, that one. I just tend to keep mine a little short because I'm trying to make sure that they're not into the seam allowance. Okay, I think that worked. I might unpick something over here. I think it'll be fine. All right. I tried to kind of scooch things. It didn't like not work, but okay. So I did my basting real quick. You can do it before or after. It just depends on how you're going to trim down your pocket. In I want to say the Carolina was the first one that she did this in. She does have you sew kind of at an angle here so that you can cut this down enough to where the seam doesn't end up bothering your total seam. Because it doesn't go into the curves, I'm okay with this. It's just going to keep it from collapsing on itself. Again, I didn't worry about matching up everything. The print is a little dark, so it won't matter as much, as well as it's a stacked print. And with a stacked print, you have that nice chaos of not having to worry about any open holes. But here we go. Boop. But yeah, you can definitely make it even longer. You can probably go as much as 9. So if you want to do a 9x9 square and then you trim it down, you definitely can do the whole length of it. I think just a quick one's fine, but I think I would rather it a little bit longer. So I will, I will look into that on the next 2 because I might have cut stuff enough for it. I just wasn't worried as much, I guess, about it. Now, I was only able to do 1/8 of an inch from my opening. I'm not concerned about that because of the fact that it's going to get sewn into the main seam. So I know it'll be okay. Okay. Mainly, I'm just trimming where I can. Bucket you go. I'll have to show you all my buckets one day. I just emptied them out for stuffing. All right, making sure I don't miss anything on the tube. Look at that. I'm in love with how that came out. Okay. Time is it. Oh, hey, it's almost 12:30. I woke up a little late today, so I feel like it's earlier than it is. But that's fine. Okay, so I've got those 2. That's pretty much all. Oh, I need to put... I did not. Why? I knew there was going to be something I missed. Hang on. Oh, glad I still have some of this. I forgot to cut tags. I know I forgot to cut tags on all of them, so that's going to be fun. Because I do need to put my tag on them. The angel loses her eye. Still no idea what this song is about. Okay, here we go. So I forgot to cut my tag backing is what I should say. Oh, I feel it. Because I can put my tag back here, I think. I'm going to check and see how the front looks. I just don't like, I don't like overdoing the tag placement. Hey, head, I need you to stoop eat. I've got some Halloween vinyl sheets that I've been trying to figure out what I want to do with them, and I have some ideas. I need them to stop. Okay. I really can't wait for after Dragon Con too, because I've got so many ideas that I'll be able to implement and actually work on. All right. I have to be careful because this vinyl, thankfully, it looks like leather when it's clipped. See? So it just looks like leather. And it doesn't look off, so I don't have to worry about that. I'm probably going to cinch the edges, though, because it can be a little fuzzy. I'm using a lighter this time instead of my stick because I know it can this stuff burns to the point that it leaves those black marks if you use the thread zapper. So I use a lighter and I go underneath everything, not putting my finger in the flame. And that just kind of shrinks up any fuzzies. And then it just looks like a piece of leather. So this vinyl is going to be from Beauty and Geek. I'm testing it out for. One of the things I'm testing out for her. I love it. I really do. So I'm going to be pushing for this to be a thing. All right, let me see. What do I got over here? Okay, so they're both like this. The problem with putting this on here is I either have to go off to the side. So I would have to put it here. One of these sides, which doesn't look bad because I don't want to put it underneath them because then I'm covering up the three. See? And I don't like that. Even though it kind of does look like it's stabbing into them. So it could work if I was forced to do it. So this one definitely no. And the other one's pretty much the same. Where are you at? You're over here. Yeah, see, the other one's the same image. I don't really like it. I don't mind it off to the side. I don't mind it off to the side on rectangles. Squares, it feels off kilter to me. So I think what we're going to do is we are definitely going to put it on the side with the pocket. Yes, that means that my tag is up against your hip, but it also means that it's not obtrusive. And if you decide that you want to put this on the outside, or you're just throwing your bag on like I do, and you don't understand that you should have thought about this, then you're fine. Then it shows out there and it's still on the bag. That's all that really matters to me. So I'm going to put a piece of tape. Yeah, see, with the lighter, it even kind of singes it more and makes it look even more like leather. So that I'm definitely good with. All right, where's my middle? Here we go. Oh no, where do I put it? Okay, right there's good. Right under the mind flayer. I can't cover minsk. It makes me sad. Like he's peeking out. That looks about the middle. Let me put this. It was funny. I had somebody ask me, they're like, how do you do lives so long? I'm like, I just love to sew. Okay, it needs to go for just a little bit. Right about there will probably be good. Now what are we looking at? Yep, that's good. That's about the middle. Okay, so there's one. Yeah, I just really like sewing. It's not just that. And I did have a time where it was hard for me to get into the sewing room. And I will let you know that was mostly depression and just being tired. I was so tired because I wasn't sleeping. And with that came a weariness that I just wasn't able to fight off any of that depression. Like now when it starts to creep in, I'm like, I don't got time for you. I can dismiss it more. It's still there. It's still whispering awful, awful things because it's a jerk like that. But it means that I'm not consumed by it. I've talked about how my depression can be I see my depression as a white room with no exit. That's kind of that's my trapped nightmare, is being in a room where I can see everything and there's nothing, just me. So with that, I will say having solid sleep and being able to do something that I love so more than I was able before. I mean, I'm spending, 8 to 12 hours in my sewing room every day now because I love being in here. When I'm not in here, I'm kind of sad. So I'm having to make sure that I have something creative that day. However, having all of that has really helped me fight being pushed into the white room. I just feel better. And it's amazing how much that starts with just getting good sleep. If you're not sleeping well, that's when you really want to look at why. You want to be able to get some sleep. Is it because you're working too much? Is it because the kiddos aren't going to bed when you need them to? I mean, at that point, there are things that need to be done. You need to talk to your partner. Be honest with your kiddos. Be like, listen, I'm not doing well. I need help. Because there's nothing wrong with getting the whole family in on what's going on. Keeping everybody abreast of the situation helps them to feel like a part of the family, as well as as well as keep everybody. It also shows your kids that they're allowed to be open, that they're allowed to say what they're feeling without being judged, without feeling like they're going to get told, just get over it. I've seen this family dynamic in play. And it was a conversation that came up because one of their kids came up and they're like, I'm feeling like really sad about this. And they just like talked for like a good 10 minutes. And he's like, do you mind? I'm like, no, not at all, man. I'm like, how often does that happen? He's like, what, the sad? I'm like, no, the sharing of the feelings. He's like, every day. Because they've made a safe environment for it. Honestly, I didn't have that growing up. I didn't know how to open up. And that's not all my parents' fault, because that was just from their past too. Family trauma gets inherited. And until it's actually done something about it, then yeah. But if you're not sleeping well, you really need to figure out why and fix that. It is a world of difference. I'm starting to sleep a little bit poorly. I think that's mainly because my anxiety's gone up. But that's what my trazodone's for. That's what the shut your brain off. Mother of God. Okay, I forgot tags. Hang on. I need a tag and an inside zipper. 2 inside zippers. Those. Okay. Whew. All right, that one goes there. Okay, so I'm going nickel for this one. Ooh, that went on nicely. I'm just very grateful that I have a husband who is open to what we call evolving. Because he's like, I know you want me to change. I'm like, I don't want you to change. I want you to evolve. We need to evolve as people. And I'm having to rewire my brain for stuff as it is. So, and boy, is that fun. Having to adjust certain words, take things out, not laugh at things because other people are, and you know that they're not. That's not what should be said type thing. It is very, very interesting. So when I'm doing my tag, by the way, I'm making sure this is out. I do. I love the term evolve because we have gotten the word change to sound negative, unfortunately. I love words. I think words are so interesting. Oh, you're so welcome. You know what? I almost hate to say it, but I learned it from Pokemon. Pokemon don't change, they evolve. They become stronger, better. I mean, some of those designs, I'm not going to say, I love my Crocodile, but when he becomes something else, I'm like, why can't he still be my cute boy? I'd be that Pokemon trainer that had a Crocodile and they're like, Crocodile? No, that's not a Pokemon. That's my hole puncher. I'd have some of these and they're like, why haven't you evolved it? Have you seen him? He's so cute. But we get better, stronger, faster, everything when we evolve, not when we change. Because so many folks are stuck on that old adage that, people don't change. People can do whatever the hell they want to. I need a fully evolved, cute little guy too, right? Listen, my little darling, just get bigger. That's all I need you to do. Stay your cuteness. There was one that my husband showed me. I was like, oh, look at how cute he is. And then he showed me the evolved one. I'm like, you're so mean. Because he did it on purpose. He did it knowing that I was going to be like, what are they doing over there? I mean, there's literally a Pokemon now that looks like a trash bag. I don't know what to do with Pokemon anymore. I am so behind. All I know are the OG. You got a bread dog now. I wonder what that looks like when it evolves. All right, so that's one down. One more to go. Okay, so yeah, just make sure your pocket's out of the way. I'm clipping mine because I have, as Deborah knows, I have already sewn through a pocket once. She's like, Liz, you sew through your pocket. I'm like, son of a... You're right, I did. Okay. Alrighty, there we go. So I do a tiny stitch length on my tag because I just want it to, I want the curves to sit right. With any type of leather looking faux leather vinyl, I tend to do things like that definitely because it creates more of a leather look as well. There you are. But because it's not technically a complete construction stitch, it's just putting on this, the tag's going to hold it in. There you are. Ugh. There we go. Definitely have to put my foot up soon. Because of that, I'm not too worried about it perforating. But as soon as I'm done sewing my tag, I do make sure I put that back up. Are you really professional, or if you've never sewed a pocket hand? Right? I feel like that's kind of like the bingo card. I need to create a bingo card. Left off a zipper pull, definitely. What else? Sewn through a pocket you weren't supposed to sew through. Sewed a whole seam without your bobbin. That one's, definitely one that I know everybody has done. I did a whole bag putting it together for the binding. Not a one stitch had bobbin on it. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Oh my Lord. I sat there just staring at my machine. Like I felt so betrayed. I'm like, Tiberius, you bitch. And that's why he's called Tiberius, because he's named after Captain Kirk from Star Trek. Because he's dramatic, but he looks good and gets the job done. So, oh, here we go. Yeah, I'm really liking the thought of rainbow on here. I'm getting hungry. What am I going to do for lunch? I think I have some stroganoff in the fridge, but we all know that's not what I want. Everybody wants more. There you are. So I have my phones turned on to focus so that I don't get all the phone calls in because everybody wants to call me on Saturday morning. I'm going to tell him I'm hungry. Or he nig. What the crap phone or thing? But my tiny iPad, old thing, it doesn't like connect properly or something to everything else. So this is not what I wanted. So I can still get messages from him, but the phone calls still don't come through. I don't know how. I don't care. It's fine. It might be that the calls aren't, well, no, because I don't know. Apple is a strange creature, and that is perfectly fine. There you go. Okay. So I just line the bottom of my tag up with the bottom of my tag backing. There you go. And then just press the prongs into it. I used to do like this whole measuring thing, and this just is easier. Yes, because I do have it set up to where if he calls, I get that call. But he knows I'm live, so he's not going to call. So it's almost a moot point. Maybe that's why his text messages come in. Listen, y'all know I'm not that smart sometimes. Sometimes it takes me a hot second to get something. And when I say a hot second, I mean a lukewarm second. It's almost left over second. Oop. Nope, I don't want you to put it that way. Okay, here we go. This way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the rainbow's a good idea, y'all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that rainbow with this. Because there's the lighter colors, the rainbow's showing up nicely. Okay, put that back down. And now that panel's done. I successfully remembered to put my tag. Hi, what are you doing over there? Go over there. I successfully remembered to put my tag on, so we're doing good. So that's those panels. I've really streamlined this bag by doing it this way. It does take away some of that, some of the look, but being able to do the panels this way works nicely. Now with these two, I most likely could have done my connectors without any issue. And even doing the pocket like this, I could still do the connectors. It's fine. These are definitely what I will call panel production versions of it, where I'm using a panel. I'm not worried about the extra on top of it. It will keep the price from going up because panels cost more than just getting the vinyl. So this way it kind of evens out that cost, and I don't end up needing to charge extra to offset that. These are the kinds of things I look for. It also means that I'm not taking extra time, and that also helps a lot with the price. That means that, because if I had the things, it would be probably about $125 to $140. Without the handles, I can keep it definitely between $115 and $125. Still trying to decide on that. Also, do these need feet? Do you think this bag needs feet? I will ponder this. Let me know if you think it needs feet. I got time, so sort of. Do I? Oh, yeah, because I can do the insides. I can do the insides. All right, let me see. That goes with that. That's the handle. Why must it be this way? You teach me you gotta learn how to read and get free and mind, and the rest will follow. Don't be so shallow. Okay, here we go. I got to figure out what I've got here. So, because I kept everything piled pretty well. I only forgot one piece to cut, so I'm ecstatic with that. So I'm setting aside things that I won't need for the lining. And those are my linings for my gussets, so that's going to go over there. Hey, babe. All right, so for the insides, the way I do them, I need my backing pieces. These are the same measurement pieces from, I want to say the Carolina commuter tote. Pretty much. I just made sure that they're the same height as the bag itself. So I need my two back pieces, my 4 side pieces, my 2 outside pockets, and where did I put them? I put them in here. And then I need 2 lining pieces. There's that. So for lining, I have found this thick OtterTex waterproof canvas in black. I use this for just about all my linings that I can get away with doing that, which is just about everything. Or inside zipper pockets for sure. And I do that because it's really stiff. So It has a nice stiffness to it, which will help with the insides to stand up too, and not have to use interfacing. So I would even use this on a fabric pocket, because then the fabric pocket just needs a regular like woven interfacing, and then you've got more stability with this. So keeping in house a good chunk of black and a good chunk of white means that you have an inexpensive way to line your pockets without unlining your other pockets. These kinds of price, I don't want to call it a price cut, frugal. These kind of frugal pieces help you to keep a bag cost from getting out of hand when you're wanting to put that extra somewhere else. Like if you're wanting to make the bag still $100 without it costing you $100 to make because of all the really cool hardware you got, like these, you know, some of these amazing zipper pulls, these are not cheap. These are like $2.50 a piece sometimes, most of the time. But you know, they're really neat and they're worth it. You just need to make sure that you're either offsetting that cost or adding that cost, which is why I do the brand me tags, because it means that I can do something like the Evertide Explorer. I can add that tag on and not add more money to it, or the Moon Dance. I use it on the Moon Dance so that I'm not putting a metal tag. First of all, you shouldn't put I don't think you should put a metal tag on something that paper oriented, but that is a office supply, and I think more than $25 for one of those is going to be something that your customers might not go for as much. But I don't want you to lower your price just because you want to get more customers. You're not going to get the customers you want, sweetie. I'm sorry. That's just not how that works. Put your worth onto a price tag and the good customers will come. The ones that want something specialty. I have a $10 Walmart bag that I use for yarn. Actually, now I use past bags that I don't use anymore for yarn, but it's neither here nor there. But when I go out, I have my beautiful sewing danger noodle bag now. I love that bag. The straps feel a little weird. I have an idea for that. Because it's a wide bag, the crossbody strap tends to kind of push things in. It might be because I'm terrible and don't close my zipper. I'm the worst about that. Okay, so everything for the inside I need twice. So I have, this is the zipper, so I'm going to need, and for the realistic look, the non-chibi look, I'm doing a black pocket, so it breaks up the red. And because I ran out of red waterproof canvas, so I'm doing that. But I have side panels ×2 and back pieces ×2. So I'm going to just stick all of that together. Okay. I really like doing this. It means that you can use pieces, you can color block. It gives you a chance to really have a lot of fun with the inside without having to cut a lot of large pieces. You can even do your backing as part of your outside exterior matching fabric if you're using fabric. If you're using vinyl, I don't know if I would use vinyl. It adds too much thickness into the seams. So that's going over there for the time being. That's there. Time is it? Oh, it's only 5 after 12. Yay! Okay, so, oh, I didn't hear the sirens. Maybe my clock is fast. That happens. Anyways, that also might have been a run in my mouth. So you will also need, I'm doing 2 zipper pockets. I've been thinking about that, by the way. I've been thinking of doing one zippered pocket and one zippered slip and then just one plain slip. Because we talked about that earlier with the Eldritch bag, that I feel too many pockets inside can get stuffed and start to take away from what you can put in the bag, not in a pocket. And I know I've got it cut, but I'll be able to use it with something else. That's not a... And it's not even that I'm trying to save on zipper tape or anything. I just generally think that maybe I can even divide the plain slip pocket so that you've got kind of a pin pocket and you don't overstuff that pocket. Because if there's a lot of pockets in a bag, I will use every pocket and it'll just be pockets. So what it does is you have that pocket, but it'll bulge out when you fill it. And that's the problem I'm having with my purse right now, because I have lotion, I have my keys, I have my wallet, I have random knickknacks in there. Sometimes I have a tape measure. I have a pen. I always have a pen in my purse. It's always good to have a pen. You can be a hero by having a pen in your bag. So I think that's what I'm going to do. And I know that means I cut out stuff that I didn't quite need. But it honestly only means I cut out one extra line. And these I will use. I will never not make a traveler. They're my Erica. They're the new Ericas for me right now. Stay. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a slip pocket on one side, and I'll divide it. And then I will, yeah, I like that. Now, do you think I should divide it in half? Or should I do a small pin pocket and then the rest? So it's kind of like a tiny pocket and then the rest is the bigger pocket. Let me see. I've got it right here. It's easy to see on. So it would be, there. This is one of the waterproof canvases that I can mark on just by running my nail. So it's going to be like this. Oh, should I do an overlay? I mean, I have this scrap that is not big enough, so never mind. I don't know if it quite needs an overlay. I could do an overlay. That's not a big deal. But I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to resist to overlay. See the way she loves me. Okay, so where's one of my backings? So what I'm thinking is if I do the pocket like this, and then I do not in the center, but over here, because I have to remember that about 3/8 of this is going to go into the seam. So let me do that. Okay, so if I do to here, that's a good, that would be a good pencil or pen, a writing utensil. And then you still have a good amount over here to put other stuff. Like maybe if you like putting your phone inside your bag, that would fit really nicely. I think I might have talked myself into it. So let me do this. All right. So to let you know, what did I do? Like right here. You have to be careful with pen pockets, by the way, when you put them in. It's easy to make a pen pocket too small. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Always appreciate the gifts and the follows. Y'all are too good to me. It is very easy to make a pen pocket too small. And so what you want to do first is make sure that you're aligning it with with the side, and that you're measuring where, see, that's where our seam allowance is going to be, right there. So that already is going to be not a part of the pocket. I usually do about a 3 to 2.5 inch is usually good. So we're going to say 3 from the edge. Mark there. And I'm going to mark here. Okay, so I'll put this away for the moment. And go over there. And again, this isn't really because I'm trying to save time even. I'm just, I don't know what that was all about. I just went right off the rails there. I'm just concerned with how full the bag can get. So I'm going to do this. Oh my goodness, my stomach is growling at me. I just had so we went to Longhorn. We had a gift card. So we went to Longhorn the night we didn't have water. We had a really nice dinner. It was a good dinner. I was very happy with that. And Mark, go ahead and set these both up. And a lovely server. I really appreciate the server. So they said that they had a 4-cheese mac and cheese. Okay. Well, what 4 cheeses? I have a severe allergy to any type of veiny cheese, and that's blue cheese for sure. Sometimes the steamroller's not enough. Let me see if I can. There we go. Get that nice and creased. So I have to make sure for things like that. Like Aaron generally won't order something if it's got blue cheese in it because he's worried that somebody's going to grab something with the blue cheese. And let's just say that he's seen me with my throat trying to close up and my face going all red from just a slight touching of some mold somewhere. It was not a fun experience. It never is. So I need to do that on my next piece. So we wanted to make sure. And the last time we asked, they just said they didn't know that it was a cheese sauce. And I'm like, okay, well, as much as I love mac and cheese, I don't love what blue cheese does to me without my Benadryl. So we skipped it that night. But this night, I told her that it's because of an allergy. And I usually do say allergy because I don't mind if you don't like something. Just don't say it's an allergy because people tend to take those really seriously, as they should. She actually went back and she spoke to her manager to make sure that they understood that she was trying to find this out for an allergy. And she came back and it was 2 cheddars, a Parmesan, and a mozzarella. General cheese. There's just some things you don't take a chance with. That was definitely going to be it. I'm going to set the zipper ones aside for right now. And I'm going to top stitch these together. Ow, ow, ow. But she actually went above and beyond to make sure that she found out because they don't make the cheese sauce in-house. And that's why they said they didn't know what kinds of cheeses. Well, I will say it is against health regulations not to have an ingredient list in a binder somewhere for this type of thing. So thankfully the manager knew where to look for this type of information and came back with it. But the fact that, she did that was so nice of her to take that seriously. I really appreciate it because if she'd come back and said, oh yeah, there's blue cheese, I've been like, okay, or gorgonzola. They like to sneak gorgonzola into stuff. The problem is those cheeses taste so good. And now I want cheese. Well, now I want macaroni and cheese. Did he answer me? Mm-hmm. Oh, somebody got their bag in the mail. He did not. Why have you forsaken me, honey? Because I don't have the car. He does. And the moment I start to think that I'm trapped in the house, I start to kind of get a little panicky. So y'all are keeping me from running around the house going, I need food. There's nothing to eat. Woe is me. Don't get me wrong. Okay, there's not a lot in the house right now because we need to grocery shop. But I've got ramen and I've got some easy mac and cheese. I can feed myself. I'm just being dramatic. Y'all know me for a hot second. This is who I am. This is what happens. This is what happens when you train yourself to be dramatic instead of panic. Okay, so I've got those top stitched. Oh, so just a moment. But look at how good that red thread looks on the black. I'm sure I could probably add card slots to this, but with such a big bag, I really don't see the need for them. But that's me. If somebody orders a custom and they're like, it would be really great if it had card slots. Okay, I can add card slots. Listen, when you order a custom bag from me, all you got to do is tell me the types of things you want. I will make it happen. There are times when it might add extra money, but I will let you know I can do that. It's going to cost a little extra because I have to add the extra fabric. Okay, good. Put that on the bottom so I can cut that. Oh, yeah. We're supposed to go above, aren't we? You know what? It's on the bottom, and I don't think it's going to add enough. So, normally what I do, the zipper pockets have it to where it's a finished edge. So that you can put it above so it's not in the seam. I didn't quite do this. I could easily fix that with this, but I'm going to go ahead and just keep it in the bottom, in the seam. I think it'll be fine. Even though, yes, I know what my creed usually is. Keep it out of the seam. Which indicates I'm either really just needing to go because this feels like a lazy choice. So let's fix it instead. It's an easy fix. I'll even show you. It's a nice teachable moment. So you forgot that you don't want a raw edge showing. Let me show you how to fix that. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. Okay. So I'm going to mark a line an inch up. On each side of this. Actually, you know what? I can do this even easier. I don't know what's wrong with me. Work smarter, not harder, folks. Because all we really need is a finished edge here, right? That's all we need. Abracadabra. Abracadabra. So I'm going to do one and see how I like it. I hope y'all like when I'm having to do this type of thing. These teachable moments. But I kind of like showing my weird thought process. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to help my seam sit a little better. All right, I'm going to split this. I'm going to put it over here because I have and I'm going to use my roller. Open that seam. If you have fabric, obviously, you can just give it an iron. And then I'm just going to do this. It looks kind of like a rose. That is my random thought process. I had a group of friends who called me Pinky for the longest time. And it was because they pretty much compared me to Pinky. And I was like, man, I feel like y'all are calling me stupid. And they're like, no. It is not that at all. They're like, none of us believe you're dumb. You just have the weirdest thought process sometimes. I'm like, I will take that. Actually, I was grateful they just put the sometimes with it because I have a weird thought process all the time. All right, there we go. Now what I can do is put it close to the edge. And it'll still sit nicely. So I'm going to go again. My weakness, men. I'm going to go about a half an inch up. You believe it? You just chicken. Okay, here we go. Making sure we're even on all sides. There we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, there's a couple more clips apparently. Oh, I want to put a tag in these. Okay. I think I'm going to stick with the no risk, no magic one for this one, definitely. Should I do the same for the chibi? Should I just let pins fall on the floor? Done. Because I've got plenty of no risk, no magic. Sexy mother. Shoot, powder, shoot, powder, powder, powder. There's Over It with a little broken heart. I still don't know what to use those for. Seriously, y'all, what do I need to put in here? Okay, you're supposed to like that. That's fine. Me like Scooby-Dooby. Make me want to scream. What you do? What you do? You make me orange. I think I'm just going to stick with the no risk, no magic for both of them. Oh, wait. The no risk, no magic? Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking because I put that in the other one. Boop. Just go ahead and do that. We'll figure out. I might put Happy You Exist in the Has-Been Hotel. That seems like something Charlie would say. Happy You Exist. Okay. So I do like putting that here maybe. So I know I'm doing 3/8, so I just need to make sure that I'm placing this. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to base this down. Now, I'm not quite catching my tag there, which is fine. I'm going to go down to that finished edge. I'm going to move that away for the moment. Here we go. So I'm going to do what Lauren calls Pac-Manning, which I love that term. I'm going to go up to the line, and I'm going to go up this line at 1/8. 1/8 of an inch. I'm going to back stitch on the line, on my top stitch line at the top of it. And then I'm going to go back down at 1/8 of an inch from the chalk line. This is a choice that you can have. This is a choice for you to make. You can either make it to where you're perfectly, well, first I'm going to do that anyways. So I make it so that I'm perfectly in line with the line. So if I don't do this, there is a gap right there. It doesn't look bad. It looks kind of cute. So I'm going to leave that because I want to see, I want to show you how it looks without it. Otherwise, you can just backstitch so that it looks like an unbroken line. Don't care what you did. Okay, so let me put that right there. So that's how it'll look. So it's going to be very hard to see because it's at the bottom of the bag. If you are a person who is very close-eyed about your aesthetics, this will bother the ever-loving hell out of you. Just so you know. It will bother you. So all you have to do when you get back down from your Pac-Man stitch is backstitch and then keep going. It's going to look better it most likely will look better to you than the gap. I like the gap because I think because it's done on purpose. As long as your line doesn't look like this, then the gap works. And then we just go over that and get rid of that white line later. But now we have a cute pencil. A cute little pen pouch. So you can keep your lipstick in there or that, and then you've got still a useful zip bucket over there. Again, remember, you're going to lose 3/8 of an inch. But I can still get my whole hand in there, so that's good. You know, that's my pet peeve. So that side is ready for the sides, but I do those all at once so I can just chain stitch them. I know how my zipper goes, so I'm not worried about that. All right. Just going to leave that there. Okay, so there we go. We're going to do this again. Now, I would use this one to show you the unbroken line, but you're not going to see it. It's red on red on red here. Oh, I guess this one I'm trying out the no raw edge, or the no sewing. You know what I'm trying to say. We're going to see how well this works. I actually don't mind that I forgot that I was going to sew this. Don't forget this tag. By the way, don't worry about adding strength points here because you're going to sew over and trim that down. So it's not going to matter really. Okay, so on the chibi one, we will have the pocket in the seam and see how that works. It's still really thin because I'm using just waterproof canvas, but we'll see how well that works. And on the non-chibi version, we have it to where I've pulled it out of the seam allowance. I think this is actually going to cause more because I only did a 1/2 inch. And because it's so thin, well, because this is thin, that one's a thicker waterproof canvas for sure. Okay. I gotta make a decision. I'm hungry, y'all. I'm so hungry. And I'm so tempted to just order something and have it delivered, but the delivery fee always kills me. So Domino's is doing this thing where if you tip $3 or more, they give you $3. And my first thought process was, why don't they just give that money straight over to the delivery drivers? You know? Why don't you just pay your drivers more, your people more? Why are you forcing your customers to do what you should be doing? I'm like, I mean, thanks, I suppose. But yeah. Anywho. Zipper pocket time. Okay, so I have... Oh, yeah, I'm doing rainbow. Hang on. What? Oh, no. I was just going to do plain rainbow for that. I forgot. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back in a moment. I might just use this. Okay. Oh my God, that's my fault. Oh, that'll be good for the outside. Okay. So I have some midnight rainbow that I can use for the outside. That'll work. Already got that. And then inside. No, I like the white that, but maybe the gray for that. Okay. I'm coming back. I'm on my way. Just takes me a second. Okay. Alrighty. So for the outside of the non-chibi bag, I've got this red, which I already know goes well because I just finished the bag with it. Then for the inside, I'm going to use this red so that it really kind of shows up nicely. For the inside of the chibi, I'm thinking of using the gray. Though to be fair, this would just use up the rest of this red. We'll think on that. Because what I do sometimes is so I've got 18 inches of this. I really need like 10 usually, 10 or 11. This would have little to no, a very small waist. This would have at least a 4-inch piece that I have no idea what I would use it for. So I'm just going to use red for both of them. Put you over there for now. And then I'm going to use this for the outside of the chibi bag because it's got that midnight rainbow and I'm doing rainbow hardware. There we go. So you go here. Stay. Because otherwise I won't remember. All right. This is definitely cutting it larger by at least 3 inches, but this zipper tape, I'm glad I'm going to be done with. It was a little bit troublesome here and there, but you deal with things, and this will be perfect for inside pocket zippers. It is definitely what I would call more frugal zipper tape, and that's perfectly fine because it still works really well. It's hard to get these wrinkles out on this chunk of it. So it'll just be making sure that it gets pressed properly. Well, not pressed, but I just need to remember that that's the case right there. So I'm only going to need 2 zippers because I'm only doing 1 per, and I'm doing 2 at once. Okay. So now I need to decide, do I have those? That'll make all the difference. I am actually out of red zipper pulls in here, so these are the zippers these are the zipper pulls that came with it. They match the color of the zipper. And I'm sorry, they're very loud. But I figured I was going to need actual zipper pulls. So I've got rainbow in my branded bunny, which after Dragon Con, I'm going to be doing 2 new pulls for my stuff. And then I have these silver ones. Oh. That I can use. And I'm so sorry, these bags are loud. Some of the bags that things come in, they're just so loud. So I'm not going to, oh, I only need 1. Forgot. Is this it? Nope. Get over there. Okay, this is it. I'm going to have to do a search around and see. I know I have more silver rivets. I just need to find them or order some because, oops. Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Come on. Sometimes these bags are hard to get into because of my nails. There we are. Ugh, they're so stinking cute. I do love these. I think they're absolutely adorable. To me, they just don't match a lot of the aesthetics of different things. So I'm going to do probably something like a nice rectangle with my name on it and maybe a hole in it. I just have to design it. And that way I can use those pulls when I'm doing inside pockets. So it's a little piece of extra branding. I'm waiting till after Dragon Con because it's going to be costly because molds cost about $100. I think I paid $60 for my mold for that, but that was like 5 years ago. So I'm sure it's gone about. Dang it, I need that yet. I think it might be lunchtime. Okay, so what I do need is 2 zipper linings and 2 pockets, which I have here. All right, let's do this. I'm just very hungry. Oh, I'm trying to wait till my husband gets off work. Oh, I forgot I still have some cashews in here. Let me just stuff a couple of these in my mouth. Okay. There we go. Okay. So they just asked, how much inventory do I take to a convention, to a show? Honestly, in my head, never enough. But the thing is that I used to worry about making sure I had stuff that matched like the guests coming and that. And I found that stuff didn't sell as well at that show, but it would sell great the next show. So I travel with large tubs, like the ones you get at like Sam's and that, the big containers, the yellow lid. And at this point, I think I've got 3 sitting in the living room filled. Another 4 of those, so that's 7. Plus the other tubs. 10. At this point, I have probably about 15 tubs full of stuff. Now, the thought process on that is it sounds like a lot, and it can be because of the fact that the tubs with the wallets, those are jammed packed because I can squish those. They are okay. That's the right. Sorry, I thought I had the wrong tape. But the bigger tubs with the purses, I don't like squishing those. I'm doing much better with my stabilizer, so they pop back a lot better than they did 4 years ago. I've upped my purse game that way, but you have to think about the space that you have. So at this point, I have, because I've got 2 half booths. So that's a 10 by 5 space. And now I've got actually 2.5. So that means I have a 12.5 by 5 space to work with. I have to think about you want to think about your display. If you're still working on doing events, like you just got into your first one, something like that, do a test run. Measure out your space with painter's tape and put your stuff up. Okay, good. Do a test display, because that's going to be the best way for you to know if you've got enough stuff. And I generally would do something like that at least a month to 2, depending on how fast of the show you're. I started prepping for Dragon Con 6 months ago, to be honest. Actually, technically, I never stopped prepping for Dragon Con. I'm always making stuff for it. But that's because it's my big show and I have specialty stuff for it. Indie pop. I usually make sure I really start gung-ho prepping about 6 months before that show. And if it's a show you've done before and not much for doing events, I'm just always curious. Oh, no, it's fine. Some folks do farmer markets or little craft shows. I do events because 90% of my stock is fandom stuff. So I always have that thought process. Let me see. I'm marking the middle of my zipper because it's longer than my panel. At least I hope I'm marking. Yes, good. And then I'm marking the lower pieces as well across the teeth. So before I split my zipper, I'm going to take this off, the tape off the zipper, off the paper off the tape. There we go. I'm going to line up my middle mark. And then I'm going to, with my fingers on the teeth, place my zipper. Okay. Turn this over. And I'm going to mark the other side. Like, wait. And then I'm going to separate my zipper. So I'm marking these ends. Okay, I was like, crap, did I mark them on the wrong side? Then I'm going to go back on this side. I'm going to remove the paper. Come on. Ocean under the moon. There we go. And then I'm going to take my tape, my zipper tape, right sides together. I'm going to match up my midpoint, and then I'm going to match up my outer point that I made after I put on the zipper on the other. What this is going to do is it's just going to help you place your zipper exactly as it was placed on the other, especially with something like this. This zipper tape, it likes to stretch. Apparently be a pain in my butt. There we go. So it is a very stretchy zipper tape. So it can distort. Come on, you. The ocean under the moon, it's the same as the emotion that I feel. I heard a ding. Okay, there we go. And so that way they should match up properly. Should be the operative word. Oh no, you're very welcome. I don't mind answering questions. It's sometimes those are hard. Sometimes those are hard questions. Like I get the I get the question, what should I bring all the time? And I can't give you a definitive answer. I don't have the magic answer for that type of thing. And it's because each show is so different. I'm marking the centers on my lining real quick too. Because you could have a show where all you sell are your big bags. You could have a show where they wipe out your little stuff. You could have a show where you end up selling a bag that you've been carrying around for 5 years. Because that's happened to me. When I first started sewing, I made the Brooklyn Traveler size, the big one. And I did it with this zombie fabric, zombie pinup fabric. And there we go. I'm just matching up centers and then clipping along the top. And last year at Dragon Con, it sold. But I've been carrying that bag around, and a lot of people love it, but it just never sold. I didn't even have to mark it down. And I'll tell you, each con the longer I carried it, I kept marking it down a little bit. And finally it sold, and it even sold for the price that I originally had it for. So I was just like, it sold, and they walked away. I'm like, this is dumb. I can't believe that bag finally sold. He's like, and at full price. I'm like, are you kidding me? 5 years. That's happened with my furniture. Yeah, it's just, and that's when I stopped. The first time that happened, when somebody bought my last Sailor Moon bag that I had, because I had done all the the inner Senshi Scouts, just their bow top. The first one to sell was actually Mercury. I'm like, awesome. But Jupiter was the last one to carry around. And it was one of the guys from across from me, the second Dragon Con I did. And they're like, I keep eyeing that bag. I'm like, why? He's like, my girlfriend, she cosplays as Jupiter. She would freaking love that. And I was about to ask him if he wanted a deal because it's another bag I had been carrying around. And he was just like, can you hold it for me? I'm like, you know what? Sure. Why not? I mean, he was across from the booth from me. It's not like I didn't know where he works. But he did. At the end of the day, he came by and he bought it. And then I saw someone dressed as Sailor Jupiter, and he turned around and he's like, "Hey, babe, look what I bought you." And her face lit up. And I'm like, okay, one, this guy knows his girl. Because she was freaking ecstatic about that bag. Let's see. There's a customer for every piece. Sometimes it just takes time for them to find you. That is correct. I did a random X-Men bag with some Notorious fabric. The reason it's sold is because I happen to have put Polaris in the center of one of the panels and it was facing out. And the person who bought it, they were like, I never see anything with Polaris on it. I'm like, oh. And of course, my husband, ever the gallant salesman, was like, just hit her up. We'll figure it out. I'm like, we can even do like a themed bag where it's not, like absolutely Polaris, but it's Polaris. And people in the know will know it's Polaris. I've done those. I call them Settle Geek. I've been thinking about doing some of those too. Like the classic zip around, I can do just like a simple outside vinyl, and then inside it's bam, my geekdom. The reason I don't, I'm sorry, morning, Melissa. Oh, thank you. I do. She likes my nails. I love it too. It's so pretty. I got a little bat on this one. She's a little bat. It's got little eyes and a little mouth. I need to figure out how to do dinosaur nails, spooky dinosaur nails. That's what I was going to look up on Amazon the other day. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Yeah, but it's sold. And you're right. There is a place for everything. Oh, that's what I was going to say. My issue with doing Subtle Geek, like that hidden geek, is that you're hiding it. Let your freak fly. Who cares? Who cares if you like, Studio Ghibli and you're 42? I'm sorry, I'm 44. Somehow, I don't know how, I was the kid that just didn't give a crap. Oh God, you're carrying around My Little Pony still? You're such a baby. And all I do is go, I like ponies, and just walk away. When I got older, I would look at them and go, why are you so obsessed with me? And that usually did it too. Have you been to a Magic Con? Wonder if they sell bags. Magic, like Magic the Gathering? Because I've been tempted to do like game conventions like that. So I've got both of them like that. Remember, we've got a little belly. That means that you've done it right. I don't know. I don't know what kind of vendors they have there. I'll have to ask my older brother because he does judging for events like that. But like card maps would be kind of cool. I'm just doing my usual 1/4 inch on this. For you, I got a hand for you. Let me run with you. To hold my hand. Get to the promised land. I've already marked down this zipper tape in my in my list of I don't get this one anymore. And that's fine. Like I said, it's done its job. I used it in a bag first and it did fine. I wouldn't go like overboard saying it did great. It did what it was supposed to do. I just don't feel like taking an hour every day to to fix the zipper tape itself. I want to love you. Oh, no. I need you to hold my hand. Yeah. Like when I was younger and this was out, Hootie and the Blowfish. I love Hootie and the Blowfish. They're like, they're so basic. Oh, they're basically good then, I guess. I like them. I guess I never understood telling somebody that they weren't allowed to like something because you didn't like it. It felt like you were stealing their joy, and it's kind of what they are doing when they do that. So I'm a big fan of Don't Yuck My Yum. And my mom's done really well. Like if she didn't like something, she'd go, oh, like she would have a visceral reaction. I'm like, don't do that. Just let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Went in Las Vegas in October, and I may go just to check it out. My brother goes, it's not a bad idea. Ambrosio did a D&D themed tattoo table for an artist. Nice. Cool experience. You mostly do upholstery and furniture art. That's awesome. That's really cool. D&D themed tattoo table. I got to design my next tattoo. That is something I definitely want to do. I need a new tattoo. Now you know how I feel. For real. Real time. You truly may want me, then I'll say goodbye. I'm sorry, there's a sweet little girl outside. Oh, she belongs to my neighbor. I don't know if she sees me. I'm just waving at her. She's just the most adorable thing. And yeah, going to a convention to check it out is usually a good idea. It gives you kind of an idea of what everybody else is selling. Because I will tell you that most of the time, the stuff that I'm doing, especially for that convention, usually doesn't do as well as it does at another convention. So I stopped worrying about that type of thing. It doesn't usually do well for me. And Aaron says that he believes that the reason I do well with what I do put out is because it's stuff I love. Everything I make is something that I'm super excited to see done. Even if it's something I've never seen. I haven't seen Apothecary Diaries yet. So So I don't know if it's a good show. But it's adorable. Don't do that much. Yeah, that'll be fun. That should be fun. So I'm folding down my zipper. That's where the zipper teeth are. I'm folding that down, and I'm going to top stitch across it, and that's going to be the top of our slip pocket on the other side. When your passion shows through your work, it will always do better. I feel that is so true. And that is, again, when somebody asks me, what do you bring to the show? What do you make sure you have? And I said, I'm just going to start saying that. Everything that I put joy into, everything that I enjoy making is going to go. I end up with what I call showpieces, like the eye catchers. And that's usually because I've done something to show off fabric. Oh, speaking of, the vinyl round is open and should be with Luna at night till dawn. I need to get my order in. I need to convince her to keep it open till after Dragon Con so that I can really just hit hard on it. Because she's doing a vinyl rerun, which means I can get everything that all the seamless that she's done this year, I can get it in vinyl, which is what I prefer. But yeah, just, I've got those because and those do have joy in them because I made them to show off the fabric. I do try to only strike for stuff that I enjoy. And my poor husband. I've been working with him on when we're at the convention because he's like, he'll keep going, what's that cosplay? And I'm like, baby, I don't know. And he's like, well, I want to find out. I'm like, well, just go ask them. Believe me, a cosplayer will not mind telling you about their cosplay. If they've got a moment, they'll tell you, or at least let you know what character it is. And that's usually all we're looking for. I mean, if that's all you want, believe me, they'll tell you. I don't know why I did that. Stop the chain sewing. I forgot I need to top stitch across the zipper too. I was like, why is this zipper not sitting right? Oh. I forgot to top stitch the zipper down. Nope. And there goes Instagram. There we go. And people holding hands. Where'd that go through? Those must be their stunt doubles or something. Anywho, just double checking everybody. Probably not going to worry about putting Instagram back on because I don't usually get a lot of viewers over there. So I was like, yeah. I usually only do it because it saves it. Okay, so we've got our tops. I'm just going to do this. Actually, hang on. I'm going to switch out. You're murmuring at me. All right, y'all are going to kind of move down just a smidge. Sorry, tubes. There we go. Now you can see a little bit better too, as well as it's at the same. There, yeah. This way I'm not going up for TikTok and then over for the tubes. All right, I'm going to set that one aside for a second because what we need to do now is we need to get this to sit. Sometimes working with a waterproof canvas, it's a challenge working with waterproof canvas sometimes because it doesn't like taking the iron a lot with some of these. If it's got that plastic backing on it, it's not going to like the iron. Not as much. Also, I really don't get my iron out for much anymore. I do for the classic zip around. I use the iron a lot for the classic zip around. All righty. Let's see if we can get this one to sit right. I'm gonna take two. Come on, you. There we go. Normally, I don't have to do that much extra work, but like I said, this zipper tape is challenging. All right. So what I'm doing with this is I'm taking the inside first and I'm pulling it away. So kind of like that. And that's what I'm using my roller for, however you want to press that seam. Then I'm going to flip the zipper over where it's supposed to sit, the way it's supposed to sit on the outside. And then I'm going to press that with my seam roller. Then I'm going to put them together. And you're going to find that you're fighting a lot less when you do one seam at a time, especially if you've got the waterproof canvas. Oh, I gotta stop pushing on my foot that way. Alrighty. Ow, son of a motherless goat. Stop it, foot. There we go. Usually he'll at least answer me. Oh, here we go. Okay, so now what you should have is threads everywhere. Hang on. There we go. Okay, now what you have is this is the inside with your, as you can see, short, it's not as wide. Oh, it's what I use a thread zapper. It's actually a candle lighter. It is in my link tree for my storefront with Amazon. Sometimes they're even on sale, and they come in different colors. But I like it because it's got these little dots here that light up. You can kind of see where that little bit of blue is, and it lets you know when it's starting to die or when it needs a charge. And it does have a rechargeable battery. This was the biggest selling point, is being able to just recharge it and not use batteries. I told you how I'm feeling. I'm hungry. I want the world to feed me. All right, so you've got, this is how it looks so far. What we're going to be doing is bringing this up. So you want to make sure that if you turn it over to see this side, that this is upside down. If you have a directional fabric, this should not be everything should be pointing down. Yeah, no cheese sticks today. I've got to get some cheese. I mean, I'm not going to lie. There's a small wheel of Gouda in the fridge that I've been thinking, I don't know if any of you would judge me for just eating that thing like a candy bar. I'm thinking about it. I've got some cashews. I'm hungry. So that way, what happens is when you bring this up, this should be right side up. That means this will be upside down. It's fine. It's the inside. In fact, it kind of works nicely because that means if you look in the pocket, it's looking up at you. So the Gouda, I put it in some grits the other day when we had grits and chicken nuggets, and it was really good. It was really, really good. Like, Aaron's so mad because now he doesn't want to have the grits any other way. So I'm pulling up my zippers and matching them. So what I'm going to do is kind of peek in here without moving it too much. And I'm going to clip just the lining. Okay. I'll do it for the other side. I'm lining up the edges of my, I don't often worry about things being like perfect squares, but when I do these pockets, it is so much easier if everything is accurate measurements. Like if the measurement says like 8 by 12 or something, make sure it's an actual 8 by 12 rectangle, nice and even. So I'm going to press these though, and then I'm going to take a couple of clips and I'm just going to double clip this just in case. But I'm not going to clip this part. So now you have a little mouth. Your big lip. Let's see what he said. I don't know what I want. No clue, llama. I'm a no clue llama right now. So let's see. So we're going to do it again on this side. On this one. Now, if I normally I would be doing 2 of these anyways, because usually I do oh, smoked good is always so good. Because I usually do 2 zipper pockets, but I decided to do 1 slip and 1 zip. 1 zip slip. There you go. Just don't think it needs that extra zipper pocket. Just creasing that down so that it sits a little bit. Okay, so like I said, I'm making sure not to lift this up too much, and I'm just peeking under to get the inside clipped. Take 2 of these. I mean, what do I want for lunch? I don't know. When I get to a certain point in hunger, I don't really care as long as I don't have to cook it. I mean, I've made a lunch of just, cashews before. Don't be like me. It's bad. Well, I just need to put in the new sign and I'm done. Yay! Okay, well now we're going to stick in there. We're going to grab our, I actually like to go all the way to the other side. And there we go. I grab the end of the inside and I just pull it out. This is why we clipped everything that we could, because it can get distorted when you do this. So that's why I've got that press line there. And you need to remember how it's going to sit. When I put my clips, I put them right side up on the top where I know the zipper is going to be. There you are. Okay. So I make sure that my zipper is sitting the way it was on the outside. I just push that out. Just kind of adjust things because clips are not the end all be all. Boop. All right. That's how I can do the other one. So once again, my whole hand through, grab the lining, push everything through. I wonder if they do lunch orders. There we go. That's also another reason why I put the plastic clips on here. It helps me just see where that is. Okay. And then we're ready to go. So what I'm going to do, so I'm going to start on the side that I'm going to have to go down. So what I do, move that clip. Put that right there going towards the zipper. Hold my threads as best I can. So I go towards, and that's pretty much where I'm securing my back stitching without having to use like a hump jumper or anything like that. Get that out of the way. I'm doing 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. You can do more if you want. I think 1/4 inch is fine. Okay. Then I take the other one. Now, because I chain stitch so close, I'm going to use my scissors this time, my snips. And I'm going to turn that. I've got my needle and go like that so that I can just chain stitch into the other one. Again, I'm real close. I don't want to burn anything. So I'm going to use my snips. Take that aside. Move that around. I don't like stitching from the other side because I feel like it's going to distort the zipper, and I really want to make sure that it sits right. So I'm just going to... Come on. There we go. And you really want to make sure that you don't get into that zipper tape too much, or it's going to make it sit weird. There you are. All righty. I'm going to set one aside for the moment. Make sure I have all my threads zapped. If you want, you can trim it. I'm not going to worry about it. It's not going to be in the seam really. So, you know what? I am going to trim it just a little bit. I'm just going to go to where it's like 1/8 of an inch now. If you do a bigger seam allowance, obviously you'll be able to cut away a little bit more, but I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Let me move these. I don't know why I put them away though, because I'm going to need them. All right, so now we have this. So this is all complete. Yes, there's going to be this gap here. It's going to get closed off. Don't worry about that. So I'm going to take my hand all the way through the tube. And I'll pull my lining back through. This isn't completely her method in Honora Rosa. This isn't how she does it in the pattern per se. I don't believe. I think there's a slightly different manner. But this works for me. And I feel like it's a little simpler. So, ta-da. And then we have a pouch that can talk. Anywho, we're going to do that again on here. Grab. So that's why I pull my hand all the way through. And I grab not just this end, but I also grab the zipper. So I'm pulling the whole thing through itself. And you notice I don't really let go of that end much. I just use my other hand. And then once it's completely through, then I let go of it. That way, I don't accidentally start pulling on a place that isn't what I want to pull on. Okay, so I don't need these anymore. Okay, now I need my zipper pulls and my zipper helper. So there's my little helper. Now I keep my zipper long on both sides just in case I, decide I want the zipper to go a different way. So I'm going to put my zipper pull on there. These are available to order on fatrabbitsupplies.com. They are 3D printed. You do not want to over tighten them because if you over tighten over time, it will start to crack. And I mean over time, like this is a different one because I ran over the other one. That's a whole other story. But as you can see, it can move a little bit, but that doesn't like, but see, it has a top. So what happens is if you do this, it's going to start to push this apart. They're very strong because of the way we print them. But over time, that over tightening can start to do that. I've only had one person have a problem and I asked her, I'm like, well, how tight were you putting it? And she said she was really pushing it to be on tight because she thought that it needed to be. I'm like, like you put it on just as tight as you need it to be so that it doesn't move around on you. Or have a zipper that gives you, Because see, if I have one side that doesn't want to work, I'll just go to the other side. Come on. And it's not my zipper pull or the holder, it's the tape. It can be very judgmental of other zippers. There we go. Nope, don't you do it. I got it on there and then it perfect. Here comes the fun. Now I gotta get it back on again. Where'd you boop? What'd you boop for? Oh, you booped for them. Okay. My friend Ren's awake because she started to send cat videos. I'm not complaining. I am extremely happy that she sends me those. Okay. There we go. And then we put it right there in the middle. And now this is ready to be combined with the other pieces. So we're going to do that again. So what you have to do with any type of, with any type of zipper helper, you do want to make sure that when you like pull down, that when you go to pull it back up, that the zipper pull is actually going to release, because sometimes it'll just really stick in there. I've had that with just about any helper, to be honest. Oh yeah, we're going to want to do this side. And what's really helping me to get this zipper on nicely is those marks. Because you kind of line those up. There's no way that actually works. Maybe. Yep. Got a party. California knows how to party. Now, no, you don't have to pull it through and then take it off and then put it on again. If you're really struggling with it, I understand. It just really makes sure that your zipper isn't going to go weird on you when you're putting the rest of it together. Shake it, baby. Nope. There we go. Yep, Ren's awake. There we go. See, now with it in the middle, one, it's out of the seam allowance way, so you won't accidentally sew on it. It also means that these are closed completely. And honestly, I will say there are some skills that I really think that bag makers should learn. And putting on zipper pulls with or without help, a helper like that, is something you really should know how to do. It is going to help you a lot in making sure that you don't have to worry about that type of thing. Honestly, I know it sounds weird. Have to get out the wipes. for these, but I'll do that later. Okay, so we have our 2 slip pocket sides with the pen pocket, or 2 divided. There we go. And we have our backs. So to get the back piece for this one, I had to go with a little one that's clipped out. It's fine. It's going to get hidden by the pocket and the seam anyways. I'm going to do 3/4 up. Because the night belongs to the rose, because the night. No, thank you. Nice. So make sure when you're putting this down on your slip pocket or on your back piece that things are not getting overtly stretched, but they're lining up nicely. Now, if your pocket is a little bit bigger, like see mine is wider, it's fine. Just make sure when you do your, make sure that I'm putting it on the right side too. Yep, that's what, 9. You are a little short. Okay, so this piece isn't as wide as it's supposed to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the pocket, which is the width that I need it to be. Oh, I see. Gotcha. Roger. I see what happened. I'm measuring from the cut piece instead of from the piece. Okay. All right. Roger. We're good. Never mind. Ignore me. I mean, don't ignore me. Okay. My husband likes doing that weird stuff. It's hilarious. It can be funny. And sometimes I'm just like, baby, stop it. If that were the case, by the way, you would want to make sure that you centered your pocket over your back piece and then line up your sides along your pocket. As long as it's only like 1/4 of an inch off or so, you should be able to get everything in the seam allowance. There we go. Okay, so that one. Oh, I'll do that here in a moment. You go over there for right now. All right. Don't put this too far. We got to go back to it. Okay. You can put a piece of tape if you want to adhere this. It's not necessary, really. Again, everything's going to get stitched in. So as long as you've got some evenness going on, you'll be fine. Especially if this is the first time you're making it. Make sure to give yourself a little grace. However, cutting the squares and the rectangles out at the best proportions you can is going to help you a lot. The more even things are, the better. So, something I always forget to do, that I almost forgot to do on this one. We're going to top stitch the bottom closed. Because it's not going to be in the seam, we want to make sure that it's top stitched closed. Now, you can go ahead and do all of your basting down. I'm not going to worry about that really. This is definitely something that I would keep out of the seam allowance. There's a lot of bulk that ends up in this, even when you cut down some of the bulk. God, what do I want to eat? What do I want for lunch? I mean, the cashews are working hard. They're keeping the hunger at bay, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm hungry. I am a hungry hippo. I always want mac and cheese, Twilight. You know that. That's not just my comfort food. That's just the, okay, it's there. But that might be what ends up happening. Because I do have some mac and cheese in the, I don't really, okay, not yet. Damn it, I am going to eat these though. What I really want, what I think I'm really craving, is there's a place here called Spudzilla. And it, if you see that your stuff is kind of curving up, then pull up your clips and make sure that everything is kind of resting nicely. That's better. What they do is they take these potatoes and then make the mac and cheese and add the Gouda. Stop. That's brilliant. That might be a thing. Because I don't know if I want to spend $40 on a couple potatoes. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're good potatoes. But they're like huge potatoes. And you get stuff added onto it. Like I had a Reuben style one. I don't know if this is going to... There we go. I recently found my little, like, we're not going to say what this looks like to me. But, oh, interesting. This is my little, like, yep, there we go. My chalk dispenser thingy. I recently found this, and it's been kind of nice to have. So right now I'm marking all of my sides with a 3/8 seam allowance, making sure I'm on the wrong side. But the only problem is that it's like $20 a potato. But it's not a small thing. It really isn't. Like the thing that you get the fried dumplings in, that big thing, usually about that big, and it's all potatoes and all toppings. And the Reuben one, it had sauerkraut and pastrami. Wipe off the drool, the thousand on, like it was literally like having a Reuben on top of this potato. And Aaron got the buffalo chicken, and he said it was really good. So it's like, you know, cheap or what I'm craving. That's the issue I have. The good news is that though I need to do dishes, the pot I would need to make the mac and cheese is already clean. If the pot was dirty, yeah, I wouldn't be doing it. I get weird when I get hungry. Like I don't really get angry. Actually, most of the time I get depressed. Because I don't have the energy to fight it off. Which is very true. I'm wasting away, y'all. Those are the kind of... God, I love this station. Now they're playing Zombie. I just heard Ricky Martin, and now I get to hear Zombie. Cranberries. That sounds lunch and dinner. Oh, that would be the dream. I'm not gonna lie. But my hungry hippo ass eats that whole thing by myself. So, I mean, I usually don't eat for quite a while after that. Like, I'll have to force us to have dinner. But it's so good. Like, I'm gonna definitely have to take my mom there when we get here because she loves a good baked potato. They have one with like barbecue meats and mac and cheese and all that, and I'm like, listen, I need you to have a build your own so that I can just have you put mac and cheese on it. So I've got all of these marked with my 3/8 seam allowance. And I'm just gonna attach them to the sides. In your head, in your head. Someday, 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 home. We got a place like that here in Michigan, but it's called the Potato House. Huh. Oh, God. And there's another part of me that's like, I wonder if he'd go into the mall for me. Because we haven't had the Sarku place in a while. That's the chicken teriyaki places. I have not had that in a while. So yummy. So freaking yummy. Okay, that's one. And there's also the Korean hot dog place in there too. And it's so good. It's so freaking good because what I get is the potato one. And actually, I might even get I wonder if he would. I wonder if he loves, I know he loves me enough to do that. Whenever I'm injured, I really could ask for the world and he'd find a way to give it to me because mainly so that I'll stop whining like a dying animal. I only am slightly kidding. But he knows if he sets me up, I'll actually, not move around. Zombie. It's a song you do at karaoke when you want to show off. Oop, right on the clips. But I get the one that's got, so it's got potatoes on the outside, and then it's a half mozzarella, half cheddar stick inside. It makes me so happy. So I'm doing the side here with the slip pocket where I've got the tag, and I'm not really moving this one that's clipping the tag down. I'm just going to put a couple extra clips around it. Make sure everything lines up. And on the bottom and top, I put a clip away so that I don't have to move a clip and like shift that around. Oh, let me text him that real quick. Here we go. Sure, we'll even misspell hot dog. He'll know that I'm really hungry and I didn't try to fix it. Whew, almost done. Just a couple more of these things to clip. Because I was talking to Nicole from Sonar. She just did an amazing amount of wallets. And I'm like, man, that's just some batch queen sewing right there. Batch sewing queen. And she's like, man, it takes forever, but it's so satisfying when it's done. I'm like, yeah, that's about right. Because it feels like it does. It just always feels like it takes forever. And I know I've mentioned it before that all you have to do is keep up with it. Just tell yourself when you're like, oh, God, why am I not done with these? It never takes me this long. Well, remember, every step that you are doing is going to take longer because you're doing it so ever many times. Like every step, just even pinning stuff is going to take longer because I'm clipping everything 8 times instead of 4. So I've doubled my workload. So I ran out of the clips that I like to use. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this one positioned and hold it in place. So once I get close to here to my clip, I'm going to stop. I'm going to lift that up and I'm going to hold on to my tag as I pull the clip out so that the tag doesn't shift. Hopefully, I've remembered to put the clip on the way that I'm going to be doing. Are the clips? Yeah, these are just like hair clips. I try to remember where I got them, to be honest. I got like a bunch of them. I keep looking on Amazon for some more so I can put them in the storefront for y'all. But I found these. I found this kind on Amazon, so I got a quick pack from one of the hobby stores. But because of this curve, they don't really like sit right. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess I got some hair clips that I'm gonna actually use for hair. Because I have a chunk of hair over here that when I was doing my own razoring, I kept like hitting. So it's just a weird chunk. All right. But yeah, they're just hair. Those are just hair clips. They work nicely. I just gotta remember where I got them. And just find more of them because I could use more of them. I really like using them for this type of thing where it's thin stuff, but I'd like a nice whole long. I want it to hold a longer space than the plastic clips do. I like having both because they're both useful in their ways. Like you can't really hold a lot of vinyl with this, but you can hold down a seam that you're going to do because you can kind of clip it into this little chunk. I'll use my glove. That'll work. Into this little like area. You can put that, see, like in there, and it holds it down at least until you get to top stitch. But like I know I wouldn't use these to clip together to bind because it's too short of an area, and that's where the plastic clips come in. So they both have their great use. I just really want more of these clips. Probably going to sound wrong. They're a softer, longer hold, whereas the plastic clips are a shorter, stronger hold. Oh, that is going to be putting it really close. Okay. I got to go in just a smidge down here because that cutoff was a little more than I thought. Doggone it. Sorry, y'all, puzzle piece. Yeah, I do have a lot of plastic ones. Because I just apparently went through a reaping just recently where just like 20 of them decided that 20 of them that just decided that they were done with existing. Great, thanks. As we go by, I'm making sure that I hold my zipper tape. That way it doesn't get finagled wrong. Where are you at? There you are. So I think after I get these done, I'm going to go ahead and bounce because I'm going to convince my husband to go into the mall. Which means I have to decide if I want sarku or a Korean hot dog. And boy, is that the choice of the century for me. You what? I'm thinking that. Really? Don't you put no? Oh, thank you. Sorry, this thing does not like to type very well. This is probably a 15-year-old iPad. It's one of the first, like one of the third generation. So it's like, there we go. Good Lord. When you tell her nothing's wrong, I'm the only one across the fire for you. And I'm the only one. So the reason I do a 2-inch piece, I do nice and wide pieces instead of like the slightly wide pieces that would fit perfectly, is that sometimes my seam allowance isn't the best, even following this line, especially if I'm close to eating my hand because I'm so hungry. Getting our drinks and then we'll go. I'm thinking about the wing place. And then oh, okay, that sounds good. Yay! I get a Korean hot dog. Yay me! Okay, let me get these done then, because he's getting us some drinks. Okay, so here I am at my other tag spot. I'm lifting up and holding down the tag and then going right over it. I found if I just grab the clip, even if I'm careful, it tends to skew it and it bothers me. All right. Just about done. So close. Because once they're sewn together, then I need to top stitch them. But hooray! My honey's on his way home. I will say my foot's been a lot better. So with the swelling on my foot, I looked it up and it says that salon paws is not bad for bruises. It's actually pretty good. And bruising's what causes the swelling most of the time. But, what's that noise you're making there, T? Oh, maybe? No? Maybe? No? I gotta get up and close personal with my machine for a moment. Okay, it was just... Sometimes you hear a noise and you're like, oh God! Because, I mean, that's how I am, at least. Okay, so that's them all sewn together. What I'm going to do now is make sure they're clipped apart. And now we're going to top stitch them open. But I have found it easier to trim after you top stitch. So I think that's because it's not having to go over random thickness. Okay. Oh my Lord. I just gotta go to the bathroom too. Been over here for a while. But I mean, this is what I do. This is how I spend my day, is sewing, so. Well, some days I have to do what I call computer work. I gotta spam, I've gotta, advertise. One more day. I've got to advertise. I have to, I'm not going to be able to do much sewing starting middle of next week as much as I want, because I've got to start supplementing some stuff. Speaking of, I need to order some things. because I've got some tumblers I need to supplement, and I need to print off some other ones for when I just want to press replacements. Things will go your way when you hold on. I do have a lot to get done, so it feels like, because I've got a couple backpacks that I started to cut out that I really want to do. But the thing is that I'm trying to decide if I want to start cutting my sleep short just a little bit. I just have to make sure that I don't switch over to my insomniac sleep schedule, which is easy to do. But mainly when I say just do a little bit more is we normally go to bed at like 7. And we go to, okay, let me reiterate that. We start our journey to sleep at 7. Because what we end up doing is that's when we take our pills. I take my shot, my insulin. He spends a good 20 minutes in the bathroom. Just trying to, clear everything out. It's cool. What it is. He takes his pills. He gets his clothes set up for tomorrow. And then we lay in bed, just kind of like watching stuff and, what's the term? Just kind of powering down. But that's about, so probably 7:30 in bed. It's probably about 10 o'clock when I feel like I'm going to start to fall asleep. So I'm figuring I might as well just go ahead and at 7, let him do his thing, and I'll come in here for a good 2.5 to 3 hours. I'll do some sewing or cutting or whatever. And then that way during the day, I can do other stuff. Because I've got 4 more lives before Dragon Con. I'm so excited to share Dragon Con with y'all. You're going to love it. Because I'm going to try to set up the camera. I'm going to try to get in on Wednesday, but I need to find out when we're checking in too. Because my brother and wife and nephew, his family, and my friend Zeus are going to drive up. My friend Wes is going to fly in. And then Nick is going to fly down. So I'm like super, super duper excited. This is going to be so fun. I know it's also going to be stressful, but the fact is we have a whole house that we're staying in. Oh, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It is a, what I would definitely call a very active convention. And though it says the vendor hall opens on Friday, but the con kind of starts on Wednesday. It used to start on Thursday, but they pushed it to Wednesday now. People show up on Wednesday. There's some parties. There's get-togethers. On Thursday, there's the inflatable raptor dancing. It's very, like, I haven't really gotten to experience all of Dragon Con. Mainly because I'm at my booth doing boothy things. But now that I'm going to have like 3 helpers this year, we might be able to do a little bit something more. But I am, and we're Thursday night, we're going to do a Starfinder thing. Pathfinder, Starfinder. Yeah, Starfinder. It's like an interactive thing. And my friend Zeus was like, I'll grab the ship if y'all are able to do it. I'm like, you know what? I don't care how tired I am. We're doing this. I'm going to actually be a little bit more active. Usually all I want to do after I'm set up is just go to the room and cry. I really wish I was kidding. I really do, but it's setup is very stressful for me because I have no idea what I'm putting where. So I'm trimming the inside. You don't have to, but it does help at least to trim by your by up here, because that's going to be in your top seam. I don't trim the zipper much. I'm going to see how much I need to trim off of it. I don't like trimming the zipper too much because I like to have that extra there. Just make sure when you get real close to there that you're not accidentally cutting your stitches. There we go. So I'm going to trim that about 1/2 inch, 3/4 of an inch away from the seam itself. And that's mainly so that I can go in and melt down those. There we go. Like, one of my favorite things, though, about Dragon Con is getting to see all my friends that vend there. I had a rough year one year, and I love the other vendors so much. They are so sweet and so kind, and they really helped me out. The best thing is that I was kind of having a small meltdown about it. And my friend Krista, who runs Three Sisters Co., she looked at me and she's like, "Do you take anything that would go bad with alcohol?" I'm like, no. And next thing I know, I had what I call a 2-shot cup in my hand with some vodka. And I will tell you, I'm not a heavy drinker, but I was glad that she had that. It helped a lot in the situation. It got me to it was able to ground me a little bit. But the fact that she took care of me, and she's a fellow bag maker too. She's an amazing bag maker. But we sell, like, I think maybe 2 of the same pattern. And even then, she was just absolutely wonderful. And that's what I love about Dragon Con is, we take care of each other. That and Tracy, man, she is the bomb diggity. That's right. I threw out an old term, bomb diggity. That's how freaking awesome she is. I have to go back into the recesses of my teenage mind to find the proper term. Because she fights for us. She makes sure that the vendors are taken care of. And that if we have somebody breaking the rules, that's taken care of too. But she also will listen. Because what happened was there was someone that said I was breaking a rule, and I wasn't. And she even told me later on that it felt weird because she and I exchanged emails. Like, there was like a good 36 emails talking about doing this, and we decided against it, mainly because I just didn't have the room to do it. But she was told it was being done, and it escalated really badly. And again, another reason I love Aaron so much is he knew what to do. He knew how to help it out. He knew how to fix it. Well, but he knew what steps needed to be done. And everything, I say everything worked out because I'm still a vendor there. But I will tell you, I'm a rule follower in a lot of things because I'm a middle child. And when you're a middle child, you get blamed for everything, and then they believe that you did it. So I remember when I was young and I was talking to my grandpa about it, and he's like, "Elizabeth," he liked to call me Elizabeth. He So Elizabeth, I'm going to give you some words of wisdom. I'm like, lay them on me, Grandpa. Lay them on me. He also took me out for ice cream. So believe me, I was always ready to hang out with Grandpa, even without ice cream. But he said, what you need to make sure you're doing is take credit for everything you do. All the things you do in life, good or bad, you know, if you broke a rule, fess up to it. If you didn't do something, fess up to it. Because that means that after a while, it's going to be hard for people to blame you for things that you didn't do when you say, no, I didn't do that. Great example, when I was in one of the kitchens at Universal, I didn't put the chips up, or I put them in the wrong place. And I will admit half of it was laziness, half of it was I wasn't sure. So I just put it somewhere. The proper thing would have been to go double check with somebody. I did not do this. I just put them in the refrigerator. They needed to go in the freezer because it was actual flat corn tortillas, not already made chips. We fried them on order. So the chef comes in. He's just like, who did this? Who did this? And I know what it was. He was ready for everybody to go, oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. But it's like, oh, that was me. Just like that. And it stopped. He just like the tirade, just like the balloon deflated. And he looked at me. He's like, you didn't? Like, yeah, I wasn't sure. I should have asked. That was on me. He's like, you're still new here. I'm like, no, I could have asked. Not even a month later, somebody did something wrong. And they were like, oh, it was probably Liz. And I went, no, wasn't me. And I went back to what I was doing. And they're like, oh, yeah. And the chef went, no, if she said she didn't do something, she didn't do it. So my grandpa's right. Fessing up to everything you do means you create a rapport of trust. And believe me, there are times when I feel I could use that power for evil, and I am glad that I don't. Because that would be bad. You know what? He's still not home just yet. So we're going to put these on their back. Let's do that real quick. All right. So we've got our front panels and we've got our finished panels. I've got everything clipped that needs to be clipped. We've top stitched. Again, I think top stitching before you do it helps a lot more. It also helps you not to over clip your seam. So I've got my seams all nice and clipped. Chibi is getting the red though. So I'm going to do this. There we are. I'm going to put the zipper on the side with the panel because we already have this chunk of bulk over here. So if I put the slip pocket, it should just about overlap a little bit. So let's do that. I did not do this one for some reason, or didn't do the top. So I have clipped my centers on these by lining up the sides. Where are you at? Maybe. This was some waterproof canvas I was testing out. It is not a leave the edges raw friendly one. Okay, so I've got the pocket that I want. Ta-da! The zipper in the middle. When you're doing multiples, if you are worried that you're going to forget, I have to do this on, no, I got to do it on top. Okay. Because I rough cut it, I have to do it face up no matter what because of that. But if you're doing a couple of multiples, like I'm doing this kind of the same, I'm doing the same fandom. So, but I'm doing slightly different things inside. Oh, madre de Dios. See, here's another clip that just bit the dust. Okay. Looks like I'm a smidge shy, which is fine. As long as I'm in the seam allowance. But I like having these corners too, because when I come around, I'm going to tug at that. so that it makes it nice and tight on the inside. So like with this, I'm doing the red pocket, and with the other one, I'm doing the black pocket. If I'm not sure, my poor, adult brain is going to remember that, I'll put it on a Post-it note and put it on my window so that I remember it. All right, so I don't have to clip a lot because it's just basting it on. So this one gets the black zipper. And I line up my marks. So when I do this, I put my finger right beside that, right at that seam that we created. And I use that to kind of pull it taut. Because what can end up happening sometimes is you I rough cut. And sometimes it gets a little loose. So I'm just making sure that it's nice and tweaked. Like this bothers me. It's kind of like lifting up. So I think my panels came out a little large, but I'm just going to push down. This is also why I don't cut things exact, because I want to make sure that I have that little bit of extra maneuverability. But I also think between the zipper, yeah, that's better. And I used a template. I think I used the wrong template for this to cut out the panels. So it's going to be a little bit big, which might work out in my advantage because I've been thinking that the gusset's been a little looser than I want it to be. So in that case, this will probably help. It just means that this might be a little short inside. See the little white bits? It'll be fine. It'll get covered up. I'm not worried. 16th to an 1/8 of an inch. I'm not worried. Otherwise, I have to adjust my seam allowance. And I don't want to do that. Where is he? Okay, so like I said, I've got the outside slip pocket there. So that's why I'm putting and double check and make sure that everything's facing up. Because I've done that before. What do you want from the... Oh, I thought you were going to bring me. That's okay. Actually, I want that Cheeto one. Spicy mayo. Cheese. There we go. Yeah, that should destroy me nicely. Do they have this? Okay. Getting food. Yay. Okay. Sorry. I'm excited about food no matter what. So now being hungry just means I'm even more excited. So I'm making sure to put the matching slip pocket on. For a second there, I was like, did I put the zipper pulls on my... Now, if it is larger, like significantly larger, make sure you're measuring from the bottom up, because that's what you measured, and that's what we need to make sure that that's out of the seam allowance. Okay. So I think on the other ones, it's part a little bit of extra on the main panel, and also part that the zipper pull sometimes can make it not want to sit right. Light shine on me. But it does mean if you put it on tight, it just means that it's going to loosen up when you, because remember, the outside is going to do a pull in and the inside's going to, so when you do this on the outside, it's going to do the opposite. It's going to loosen on the inside. But it works as long as you make sure you remember to do a nice tight basting. But that already looks good. So yeah, I have my pocket up here and my little pocket down here. Oh yeah, that sits really nice. Because that's, again, remember, that's going to lay against your body most of the time. So having it nicely sitting is good. Baby, I want some fries too, man. Woman can't live alone on a hot dog. But this is why we do little marks. There you are. This is why we do our mid marks, though, after everything's put together, and we use these seams. So this way we know that's the middle of that. That's what's important. Okay. Okay, so that's good to know. I might shorten that a little bit. We'll see. Because I'm noticing that that's going to be in the seam, this little bit of bulk. I think it's going to be fine. I don't think I've had a problem before, so. And these are the same measurements I use. Come on, baby. Let's get away. Let's save our troubles for another day. Oh. Yes, with cheese. Oh, which cheese? Both. Both cheese. They do half and half. The stick. And fries. Do you think the fries will hold up on the ride home? Question mark. All cheese. No dog. Not to let y'all go so I can call him because he is just not getting it. I'm usually the one that goes and gets the food. Yeah, like see, this one's kind of puffing up a little bit too. That's okay. I'm not, like I said, I'm not overtly worried about that. I'll get it basted down. It'll be fine. It doesn't feel like it's going to affect the seam allowance, so we're good. Ooh. Oh, nice! Winning bobbin chicken's the best. When you get to the end and you pull out and it's like got that much thread and you're like, oh yeah, who's the boss? I am. Yes. Okay. I hunger. Okay, let me get these basted on and then I will be leaving y'all for the evening. So what I'm going to do for my subscribers, by the way, is on Sundays and maybe one more day a week, at least Sunday, I'll do like an afternoon thing where we do either just ASMR sewing. Oh, good God. Sorry. Or maybe I do some sewing or Watch me sublimate stuff as I'll answer some questions. Ooh, just barely on there. Someone did ask me at one point if I would add like foam to this, and the answer is yes, I would. That's not a bad idea if you want to add some foam. Ouchie. Ooh, that one got fire. Because it would give it a nice loftiness. I don't, because there's just so much. I would to learn how sublimation works. Yeah, see, we could definitely do that. Because I can even show you how to fix mistakes. So, like, for some reason, this moved like really badly. I'm trying to see if there's one that'll, like, it's super blurry because it shifted. So I'm going to have to figure out how to fix them. Honestly, I already kind of know how to fix them. I'm just going to like spray them white and then probably use a sticker maybe. Or just put a sticker over them. But I could show you how I fix mistakes. We can definitely look at some sublimation stuff. So that would be for subscribers. Might also look at doing like a sticker club or something. I was thinking of doing like a label club. Like $10 plus shipping, and you get the label of the month. It would be the little vinyl labels, but I'd have them already cut out for you and even have the corners punched. Definitely thinking of doing on Ko-fi a seamless monthly membership. That's not trash. That way you get a seamless every month that you can use for sublimation and stuff like that. They have a super cute one that I've already thought about using. It has corgi butts. And it has little like corgi butt sayings like fluff around and find out. I like fluffy butts and I cannot lie. So all I'm doing right now is just kind of getting everything basted on, and then I'll trim. Oh, where you go? There we go. And then I'll trim stuff down. I might do levels of subscriptions too, like a certain amount, and I'll put in for a giveaway or something, or I'll start doing stickers or something like that. We'll figure it out. After Dragon Con. I'll probably be thinking about this stuff at my booth. Oh, they're subscribing on here on the Clock app. But I'm actually looking at starting a Ko-fi because Patreon apparently takes a lot more than it's worth it when you're first starting out. So oh, I'm like, what is that noise? It's the zipper pull scraping. Well, not scraping, but dragging along the table. The little bunny doing the dance. Okay. Oh my Lord. Yeah, yeah, I can definitely understand him not coming to get me to go to the mall first because he doesn't want me walking around on my foot much right now. But yeah, join Fat Rabbit Supplies on Facebook. And that's where I'm probably going to be posting the most information about stuff. I'm also going to be looking for some brand masters folks that will get some strike items to test out. Sometimes it'll be zipper tape and matching webbing to advertise a pre-order. Because right now, the only way I do a zipper purchase is if I can get enough pre-order to cover at least the cost of it. Because that tells me that there's enough people that will probably buy it after the fact. So it's about, I need at least sales enough for that. The minimum for me to get that type of thing going is like 75 to 100 yards of zipper tape. And that's because I have to buy 500 to keep it exclusive. I'm already dealing with the fact that my last manu sold off my soot zipper tape design. Not my Sakuras, thank goodness, but so now I'm going to have to make sure that anytime I do a zipper design, I watermark the hell out of it and make sure that it's dated on Facebook so that at least I can prove that. Because thankfully, the couple of folks that have gone to sell it have stopped when I let them know, hey, that was actually my design. My damn iPad glitched and lost like 6 of my good files. Actually, it lost a lot more than that. But most of the ones that were lost were sketches. But one of them was, of course, the zipper tape. So there we go. Because I use Procreate, so that if somebody's like, no, you trace that, all I have to do is show them the video from Procreate that shows, no, I didn't, I drew it. So far, I've had some good luck, but there's still, I can't remember what company it is. They're like bigger, and that hurts me because I still have like 250 yards of that freaking tape. I wonder if I'd be able to sell it at Dragon Con. I'll have to email Tracy. Maybe a supply book. Okay, so what we have, Soots are the best. Soots are indeed the best. They are so cute. Soots are the best. Did you see my Christmas Soots? Hang on. I got them right here. Why socks? Sorry, my sock decided to just completely come off. No, don't make me fight with you. There we go. Ta-da! These are my Christmas Soots. So we got a little Totoro tree and then an ornament, a couple different colors and ornaments. And then I did a peppermint candy and a little reindeer as well as an elf. So I'm trying to do one for every season and different holidays. I just need to decide how I want to do them. Hang on. Like I said, this is going to be good. This is going to be so good. So we have one. So this is the front side that has the slip zip pocket. Thank you. Hey, Joseph. I always love when Joseph comes in. They're always so excited. I like that. I like excitement. So, and then here's the other side of it where it's got, this will be technically the back, though it does have my label on it. I want to make sure it doesn't overtake the panel. And there is a divided slip pocket, so you can put pens in here. Boop. Or instruments of destruction. And then little tag. These I got from Sewing Blurbs from the subscription. Then we've got the other one where we have a more realistic design. Well, and that has the zipper pocket on that side. So it creates a nice even weight distribution. Because then on the back, we have that slip pocket as well as the divided pocket with our tag. Okay, so we've got those. I am trying to see where I want to get woven tags labeled. Woven tags for labels as well, because I've got a lot of cute ideas, I think, that would work really well. There we go. Okay, so I hope y'all had a good time, but I know food is on the way, and I am a hungry hippo right now. I had a friend call me a hippo once. I was like, why are you calling me a hippo? Because you're sneaky and murderous, but adorable. I'm like, aw. So I will take this. Oh, thank you, Tricia. Yeah, I'm gonna go put this thing up. It actually hasn't been too bad. Just when I hit it on my rivet press, it's on the floor, or move it wrong, or breathe. I think the embroidery machine might be able to do that. I might look into that. I know I can do patches, but I have a little 4x4, and it would probably be easier for me to have someone else do it. This is definitely where I have gotten better at letting go of control. I could make my own stickers, but I instead get them from like Sticker Bunnies and Slapco, and support those small businesses. That way I can help them out too. It's so cute. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, I might have to do some stickers with the little Christmas soots, because they would look so cute, wouldn't they? Do like maybe a sticker sheet. I have to learn how to do that. Y'all, I can't keep learning how to do stuff, but I'm gonna anyways. All right, so I hope you have a really great weekend. And I'll leave you with this note. I'm about to go chow down on some food now. Bye. So I say goodbye to the tubes of the U. I hope you have a great day too, Melissa. Thank you. Boop.